Hello and welcome to the Junior British Bouldering Championships here at Mile End 2022. I'm Gary Ward and I'm commentating for you today along with Hannah Smith. Hannah, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Hannah Smith. Very happy to be here. I'm one of the coaches for the GB Climbing Development Squad. So I'm really looking forward to watching our athletes climb today. It'll be really good to see the youngest climbers in the country all battling it out to be Junior British Champion.
Yeah, I think the competition has been really fierce all year long, and we get to see it here at the Junior Bouldering Championships is a really exciting thing. It's a real opportunity to get for them to display their skills, especially live today.
These athletes have been competing in the national series throughout the year so far, with the English Championships first, then the Scottish Bouldering Championships, the Welsh, and then the Irish following that as well. So this is the final competition of the year for youth bouldering.
For the bouldering season, exactly. And the standard has been really, really high, so I'm really excited to see what's going to unfold today.
Yeah, it was a really tough set of qualification boulders for the climbers yesterday with some really difficult climbing going on. So yeah, I think the finals will be a really good watch.
So we've got Youth C first. That's the 11 to 12 category.
Yeah, it's the youngest category we have at this event, so it'll be quite often the first big British Championship final for a lot of these climbers, so it'll be good to see how they handle that too.
Yeah, and with each category being 2 years, some of them will have competed at C last year, and for some of them it will be their second opportunity, but for, as you say, for many of them it will be their first attempt. And we have 6 people in each final.
Yep, that's right. We'll have 6 females and 6 males competing alongside each other. For the women, we have Seren Wednesday Wells, Martha Frost Mullen, Imogen Lilly, Lily Moss, Florence Nuttall, and Caitlin Fletcher.
And for the males, today we have Toma Kroom, who finished in 6th place yesterday, Tom Baugknecht, Jack Adams, Javier Seacombe, Dylan Heeson, and Charlie Wardrop. And we hope to give you more information on each of those as they come out throughout the morning. So what you're seeing on your screens at the moment is the qualifiers for the finals in Youth C female having their observation round. So this is where they get an opportunity to come out and see their first look at today's final climbs. How long do they have, Hannah?
So they should have 2 minutes for each boulder that they are climbing on. So 2 minutes on boulder 1, 2 minutes on boulder 2, 2 minutes on boulder 3, then 2 minutes on boulder 4. Then they will all go back into isolation and the first climbers will come out and have 4 minutes to climb on their first boulder.
You can hear Scott there being the manual beep sound to get them to move on. Oh, we've got the male and female out doing their observation at the moment. So our first chance to get a look at the boys and the girls who are competing today. And what you'll notice is the camaraderie and even though they're competing against each other, I always love how close they are, how supportive they are of each other in working out what the best thing to do on these climbs is. It's a very together moment, isn't it?
Yeah, for these young climbers as well, a lot of them live in very far parts of the country. For example, in the females, we have one girl from Edinburgh and we also have another girl from Cornwall. So they quite often won't see each other until these events, so they don't get enough chance to climb together that often. So they do really enjoy it when they get to come to competitions and see a lot of their friends they haven't seen in a long time.
Of course, yeah, and they'll have that opportunity to see each other at the national events now, and they're starting to get almost a cumulus of people appearing at the same events as they rise to the top of their categories. So what kind of things will they be looking out for, Hannah, in the observation?
So for each boulder, they'll all be discussing different ways they can try and get to the top. So they'll be looking at the start positions, which are all tagged with 4 bits of tape. They can be 4 different holds, or sometimes you even have all 4 bits of tape on one very large hold, and you'll have to get 2 hands and 2 feet where the start tags are. They will also be discussing the bonus hold area, the top hold as well. And yeah, they'll be discussing the different methods they can use to get up boulders. Quite often in competition bouldering there is more than one method as well, so they'll be trying to look at their options basically.
Yeah. And this of course is, apart from this is all going to be done from isolation, and they won't be able to see each other climb, and they'll be competing on their own, trying to work out what they need to do in their own period of 4 minutes today.
Exactly, so that's why this observation time is so valuable. It's the time where they get to communicate with other athletes about the options on each climb, because once that 4 minutes starts they're on their own and they won't be able to watch anybody else climbing the boulders either.
Well, climbing in observation in isolation is not something I've ever done, Hannah, so have you got anything to say about what it's like when you're behind the scenes?
It's quite different to climbing in the qualification round, when obviously you can see other climbers. Some people prefer it, some people don't. You definitely make up your own mind a lot more. You have to be more independent with your decisions, but also you have to make decisions quickly. You only have 4 minutes, which isn't actually a very long time when you're climbing.
No.
The youth Cs won't show it because they have endless energy and don't get tired, but I certainly maybe won't take more than 4 attempts on a difficult climb in 4 minutes, because you will get tired by the time you get to your 4th boulder.
Yep, I think we'll definitely see that change through the day today.
Yeah, with youth Cs on early, they'll take endless attempts because they've got endless energy to spare, but I think when we get to the juniors later with the 19-year-olds, you'll find that they don't necessarily have the same capacity.
And it's not just the energy they need to be thinking about, is it? Sometimes if they've had a big day yesterday, it can be skin on their fingers.
Exactly, and with climbs like the ones we're seeing today, a lot of them have rather large modern holds which can be very taxing on skin as well, so that's also a consideration these climbers have to factor in. If they have a very difficult boulder 1 with volumes that might tarnish the state of their skin a little bit, they want to make sure they can still climb on boulder 4.
Absolutely, and that's part of the observation round, isn't it, is to work out which of the one they think they're going to take the most attempts on, which one they think will be they grade them easiest or hardest in their head.
Exactly. They'll quite often be making those decisions during observation on, right, okay, is boulder 2 going to be the most physical and I can afford to use up energy on that, or is boulder 4 going to be really difficult for me if I'm tired, so I need to make sure that I'm consciously saving energy for boulder 4.
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating process, and it's something that as a parent of a youth climber, something I've been very interested in over the years. And I've never done it, as I say, myself, so we get to have both sides of the coin here. I get the sweaty palms watching, and you have the insight of what it's like to compete at high level.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will go with the clock here up on the wall. The technology is synced to the hour, as opposed to my operating procedures for the competition. So, look, it'll be easier to go with bloody thing. And that goes to 2.
Okay, so out for their first boulders, we have Seren Wednesday Wells and we have Thomas Kroom. So these first boulders are both what we would call slabs, so they are the opposite of overhanging walls, and quite often are very technical. A slab is your first boulder in a competition final. It's usually quite difficult because if you're a little bit nervous, they require a lot of balance and patience, and so it can quite often be difficult to get sort of into the flow of the boulder if you're shaky or nervous, because slabs are pretty unforgiving if you're not in complete balance or control of your body.
As you can see with Toma there, the first mistake is always crucial. So getting across from the start hold there, you'll notice the pink hold has 4. You can see that the start hold for Toma has 4 yellow tags. That means he has to touch both holds with both hands and both feet before regaining balance and moving across, which he's done nicely there. And Wednesday, you'll see she has 2 on each of the blue start holds. So one, she can choose, as long as she has 2, 1 hand and 1 foot on each, she can start.
Seren is struggling to work out which is the best way to start on this women's boulder. Starting facing out the way or in the way are both options here. So it's again an example of climbers having to make those decisions in such a short space of time and really commit to the decision they make.
That could be hard, can't it? How do you know you've made the right decision and it's the one that's going to work for you? You have to work that out as well.
So that blue tagged hold that Toma just reached there is what we call the zone hold. So that's almost a halfway point on the boulder. So if athletes tie on the number of boulders that they topped, it then goes down to which of the athletes who is in that tie got the most zone holds.
And how do you, what does it mean to get the zone hold? I mean, how do you get the zone hold? Is it, you have to have it in control?
Yes,
can you just touch it?
To achieve the zone hold, you have to use it, is the general rule. So you can't just put your hand on it and almost touch it. You have to actively be using the hold to help you on the wall, so to speak.
Well, Toma seems to have worked out the start.
Yeah, that's a really tricky sort of dynamic, balancy move at the start of that one there. Seren making progress on this one as well.
So this is where Toma came off last time. Let's see if he can transition across to the final hold. Slowly does it. 1 hand on. Can he finish? Yes.
Nice, good effort. Seren also just achieved the zone hold on her boulder as well, but just sort of wobbled off whilst trying to move around it. I think the zone on that blue boulder is very large volume, so trying to navigate your body around it is going to be really difficult.
I was seeing that boundless energy you talked about, Hannah, where she's just jumping straight back on.
Yeah, no need for rest, just a quick chalk up of the hands and back on.
Yeah, time is running out, she'll be aware of that. Tom Bauknecht has come out now. He's ready to make his first attempt on Boulder 1.
And for the women, we've got Martha Frost Mullen. This is her first national final, she said actually, but she's been 7th twice, so just 1 place out. So she'll be really pleased to have made the final this time. And she got up to that zone hold pretty quickly as well, actually.
So Tom, let's concentrate on that.
Martha looking close. Come on, Martha. Oh, that was good.
So close. That was her flash attempt.
Yeah, she's still got plenty of time to work that one out.
So Tom, who climbs for White Spider, you can see that in his T-shirt, which is a South London climbing wall, has been excelling on the scene this year. He competed in Wales, Scotland, England, and Ireland with a 3rd and 3 5th places. 3rd at the Welsh Championships was a podium for Tom, and I know he had to leave the Irish final, and unfortunately to catch a flight. So he's been having a very good season. He'll have high hopes for himself today. That's him with the zone. Very much in control of that.
Looking good on these slopey holds. These holds require an awful lot of contact strength because they are basically friction reliant. There's nothing to grip, so to speak. Come on, Tom.
Yes, well done, Tom. Wonderful. And what's becoming known as the famous Tom Power Scream.
Martha on for another shot on her boulder.
So attempt 2 from Martha. She knows she's worked out the journey up and just has the last move to overcome. Not always as easy the second time.
No, quite often you see it in competitions, the first attempt can be really good and then the climber will take a few attempts to work out how they did it again. Quite often your first attempt you're climbing on instinct and what feels right, whereas the second attempt, if you're trying to repeat what you've already done, you almost think about it a little bit too much and try to remember exactly what you did.
Yeah. And amazing how you can remember it incorrectly.
Yeah.
I've been there many times.
Just giving the holds a brush as well. I think that's going to be key today. When it gets really warm and chalk tends to stick to holds a lot, especially in heat, climbers are going to be brushing these holds an awful lot to try and give themselves the best chance of staying on the wall without slipping.
And it is really warm today. It's going to be really warm.
It's going to be a really hot day for the climbers, especially later on as well.
Attempt 3, 1 minute to go. Need a clear mind on these slabs. Come on, Martha. Here we go. That's it. Find the foothold.
Martha fighting to stay on there. She just needs to stay composed. Oh, no.
"20 seconds.
Oh, she's going for another go.
The boundless energy kicks in again.
Still trying.
I think one of the things is certainly a good idea is that when you come off your first climb, is have a look at the clock and you see how long it took you to get to a particular point on the route, so that you know when it comes down to you having 20 seconds left, if it's a viable option to actually go again or to rest and save yourself for the next climbs.
Yeah, quite often a tactic you will see in competition climbing is if the climber has a really good first attempt, they'll rest for the majority of the rest of their time and maybe just commit to one last good attempt. Can be a little bit risky because of what we were talking about earlier with remembering sequences and making sure that you remember how to get to where you got to. But especially on powerful boulders, I reckon for some of the later boulders in the set, we might see some of the climbers trying to do that. Out now we have Imogen Lilly from Wad Squad at the Climbing Works in Sheffield, and Jack Adams, who is on the New Age Squad, also from Sheffield. Jack's fun fact is that it is his birthday today. So happy
well.
birthday, Jack.
Happy birthday, Jack. Let's hope it's a good day for Jack.
Jack won the Welsh Bouldering Championships a few weeks ago, so
I knew there was a victory in there. Yeah, I was looking for it.
Lily's also, Imogen Lily, has also won a few competitions recently. She won the English Championships, which was the first competition of this season. So 2 pretty consistent climbers here. Jack looking solid.
This is Jack's flash attempt.
Pretty long last move, that one.
It's a long last move, yeah. Again, that was his flash attempt, so pretty sure he'll work that one out, but remains to be seen.
We also have
Toma.
our climbers from Boulder 1. The first climbers on Boulder 1 are now on their Boulder 2 as well. So that'll be Toma and Seren Wednesday. Seren looking super solid on that first dynamic move on Boulder 2 for the females.
Oh, Jack got to the same place, second attempt. So take a little bit of time to work that one out now. Good brush of the holds. Looks from here like male 2 is another slab, so another kind of quite technical hold.
Yeah, with these big volumey holds on climbs, it can be really complicated to work out and quite often takes a few attempts to understand what the boulder's trying to get you to do almost.
I can see there's chalk where Toma's putting his left hand, but I'm assuming they're all his or otherwise. He might be being misled there, but he's actually attempting to have like a compression hold on that first move, where the goal is obviously to get round the right-hand side of that hold and probably keep his body to the left.
Exactly, so the zone hold is sort of after that dynamic move he's trying to do, but he won't be awarded the zone unless he can hold that in control. So he'll need to stop his dynamic movement to be given that.
And just one hand on the zone is fine, isn't it?
Yes. That's 1 minute left for the climbers.
Jack is so close and yet so far. I do wonder what that 1 minute buzzer does for people sometimes.
Seren looking good again on female 2. She nearly got the zone on that one. Come on, Jack, this time.
Make it yours, Jack. Yes. Oh, no. I felt sure that was enough.
Seren going again for the zone. This looks like a really shouldery move on the second women's boulder, actually. Really difficult because they're hardly holding on to anything on that nubbin.
Yeah, super difficult to get your weight underneath the 2 small finger holes on that nubbin, as you call it. An unsuccessful round for our competitors, with Jack achieving a zone.
The next climbers we have out are Lily Moss and Javier Seacombe.
So Javier first in the English Championships.
Part of the Catalyst climbing team as well from London.
And he's also our British Bouldering champion from last year, looking to regain his title.
Lily is part of the Eden Rock squad in Edinburgh and was second in the Irish bouldering and third in the Scottish bouldering this year. So again, having a pretty consistent season.
We also have Tom Bauknecht out again. On
And
male 2.
on female 2, we have Martha Frost Mullen.
Tom was so close to that zone then, actually. He had the near side hold rather than the actual zone, so I don't think that would be awarded. Harvey's got the first move, working his way up to the zone. Comfortable zone achievement there for Harvey. We'll watch him now. Slight difference between Jack and Javier is his foot placement on the right there, getting his foot further across to the right, which made that move less far from a successful top for Javier on his second attempt. Okay, we're back on the commentary desk. Apologies for a delay there. We hope to bring you up to speed, back up to date. So currently we have Caitlin Fletcher on female 2. Harvey, you can see poking around the corner on male 3.
No.
Harvey's got 2 tops already.
Female 3, we have Lily Moss just out of the screen just now.
Yeah, it's a very... How would you describe this male 3? It looks very, very powerful, but also technical.
Wrestly, I'd say, is a
Wrestly,
good
what a great
word.
word, yeah.
Harvey looking
This
good though.
finish hold is yeah, they're fantastic. 3 tops. I've lost count of attempts for everybody through the... But that's for the judges to decide, isn't it, ultimately? We know Harvey's got 3 tops.
Lily making good progress on this third boulder as well. It looks like a tough move. I think all the girls have been struggling around that, just leaning over that foot to get enough weight over to move your hand.
And there's not a lot to hold on to, and the overhang is quite something to behold.
Yeah. I think those are quite often actually used as footholds, so they're giving the kids footholds to hold on to, just showing how strong they are. Caitlin just struggling with this dynamic move on this purple as well. It's been giving a few of the girls a bit of a tough time, that. Dynamic moves are quite common in competitions these days, but you do still find a lot of people, like me, do not like them.
There's definitely a preference between the slow and the fast climber, and of course that suits everybody and anybody. A wide skill set required in climbing from, as you say, dynamic to
Caitlin
static.
making good progress, got the zone. I think that's the one of the first climbers I've seen get the zone in that one. Oh, just running out of time.
Caitlin is another Catalyst climber under the Watch for Live Louis Parkinson, and also represents the Westway squad in London as well. We haven't seen her, have we, yet today? So she won the Welsh Championships earlier this year.
She topped Boulder 1 as well,
And
which is very impressive.
Topped the Blue Boulder 1. So that looks like Jack.
Jack and Imogen on their 4th boulders.
It's a very cool move there, isn't it?
Yeah, dynamic coordination move for boys, and the women's boulder looks really powerful. It's the first chance we've really gotten to look at these boulders.
First chance we get to look at it, yes. Again, when you think of climbing, you think about holds, but they don't look like holds. There's not a lot to hold on to.
No, so volumes, which are these large holds that are generally screwed onto the wall rather than bolted on, like holds are generally friction reliant. It's sort of contact strength and how much squeeze you can apply to the hold rather than gritting onto a specific part of the hold.
Yeah. And it's worth looking at the body positions that are required to actually make that contact, to maximise that contact strength.
Exactly, and a lot of young climbers are having to learn how to hold these massive holds because they are so large in comparison to their bodies. It can be really difficult to move.
Well, I think for people watching who don't necessarily climb, it's not about just squeezing hard and grabbing hard. The same hold can feel completely different if your body is underneath the hold or to the left of the hold, and so it's a huge part of climbing as well. So you watch for how they navigate their body position around these holds in order to maximise the movements.
Exactly, and this men's 3 boulder is actually a really good example of that. Imogen just topped boulder 4 as well, which was really cool. Solid top from her. Imogen wanted a shout out to her 2 dogs as well, who are watching.
I'm sure they're going mental at the TV right now.
Imogen's fun fact was that she got left alone on the tube the other day by accident. Apparently she got on the train she wasn't supposed to, and her parents tried to stop her, but the doors closed.
Oh no, every parent's worst nightmare. Well, hopefully she can navigate the underground network like she navigates these boulders. That's a big finish for Dylan.
Come on, Dylan.
And a very interesting move if it's your first attempt. You can see how far he's having to lean back just to see it. Never mind slot his fingers in that small gap. Unlucky. Plenty of time, 2 minutes left. Again, you can see Dylan using the brush. He knows which holds are slippy, which holds he wants to have the most contact on.
climbers will learn from their training and things as well. There are certain hold types that do tend to gather more chalk than others. So a lot of the time, if you see a certain hold, you'll know that will quite often need a brush in comparison to another hold.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because chalk can also be a guide for climbers following you.
Exactly.
Where the chalk is left is obviously which part of a hold has been used. So.
And on these large holds, that could be key to working out sequences.
Absolutely.
Jack looking solid
Jack
again.
working his way up.
Just achieving the zone there. This rock over move looks so difficult.
Heel hook. So he's balancing on his heel there. He has to rock his knee right over his heel to get his body weight right in order to get that traction we were talking about on the volume with his right hand.
Dylan bringing a chop bag up with him. Extra support.
He's looking tidy here.
Come on, Dylan.
That really small foothold is all you've got to rely on as you work your way up into this small finger slot. There's not a lot of room for your fingers in there. It's still going to require a lot of grip strength when you get in, if you get in. Right, come on then, Jack. No, getting tired, time out, 15 seconds to go.
Dylan still wants another go though. Flow as well, just looking quite
I still think I'd like to see these athletes take a bit more of a rest rather than a few more pulls in the last 10 seconds.
It is really common in young climbers, and actually a lot of them struggle to stay composed if they are constantly having attempts. You see a lot of their coaches encouraging them to take rest, not necessarily to
it takes a lot
to recover, but just to have a little think about what they're doing and recompose themselves a little bit.
I guess it takes a while to understand the value of resting in a small time frame.
Yeah, because you can feel panicked and rush for time. It's very common. Javier getting that jump to move very easily.
So straight into the heel. He'll be looking to get his weight over that hill just like that.
Looking good.
Oh.
Charlie on this wrestly boulder, men's 3.
This is M3 for Charlie.
Getting to the last move. Come on, Charlie. Come on, Charlie. Lily looking good on women's 4 as well.
Different position for Charlie entering into that last hold there than the others have adopted.
Lily on the zone. Come on, Lily. Looking pretty solid.
Again, it's a staying low boulder, isn't it? Stay on those holds.
Yeah, with these big holds, you generally do want to keep your weight below them as long as possible.
Oh, she's nailed it with that. Wonderful. Brilliant.
Solid top from Lily.
Speaking about rest, this is Harvey's second attempt, so he did have a good rest after that first fall. One of the more composed athletes at this level, I think, in terms of rest.
Come on, Javier. Oh. Caitlin pulling through these tiny holds, Miss Red. Just a slip there, I think.
Oh. Just looking at the finish hold there of Javier's route. It's not a gimme. He looked like he was dynoing up to that for a finish, but he's going to take a good catch.
Quite often see that in young boys, particularly. They just jump to things, thinking they can hold them, and I think quite often they're very ambitious.
I think Charlie had that move then. His hand was slightly in the wrong place.
Yeah, he just missed the slot, I think. There's a blocker on the top of the hold specifically to stop them going at it too dynamically.
There's a lovely shot there of the angle of the wall that Caitlin and Javier are climbing on. Those tiny holds on that angle with all the body weight needing to be managed and pulled into the wall. Huge amount of effort.
Yeah, for boulders late in the set as well, that level of power that's required to stay on that angle on such small holds as well is going to be quite taxing on their energy levels too.
It's almost cruel. You said earlier they start with the slab and end with the power.
Yeah, you'd rather it the other way around, I think.
Yeah, it kind of underlines our conversation around resting and making sure that you've got the juice left at the end.
Charlie's so close to holding
He's
that
so
last
close,
hold.
Yeah. Agonising, agonising.
But straight back on again. That's time, got a minute to go.
Well, Javier has 3 tops, so Charlie will probably knows that. Even though he won't have seen, he will probably know.
It's strange how aware you are of what's going on despite not being able to watch other climbers. You can hear the cheering from crowds as well.
Yeah, he's got it. I thought he would.
Charlie.
Wow, so we're into...
Good effort.
So, Javier's on number 4 and just missing that last hold. So this is a crucial move for Javier.
He's got 30 seconds to try and get it done. Come on, Javier and Caitlin.
2 catalyst climbers.
Caitlin
On
just
the
struggling
wall.
to find her flow
Big
again.
moment for Javier. So 3 tops in a zone for Javier, finishing his competition, which is often good enough in a final.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what the others do now. So we have Florence and Dylan out for their last boulders.
You get another idea of the angle of the wall there, how far away Dylan's feet are from the base of the wall.
Florence's dogs, Mabel and Ollie, are watching the live stream. So hi, Mabel and Ollie.
I hope they're as excited as I am.
A few of the girls managed this boulder, so Florence will be hoping to top this. Climbers quite often give their last boulder just everything they have because it is their last shot and they just spend every amount of energy they have on it.
That makes sense. Let's see Dylan jump into the screen. Oh,
Dylan just not liking that jumping move.
like you said, some people love it, some people...
Yeah. Well done, Florence.
Florence topping M4.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to see from the stream, but actually those 2 holds that Dylan's jumping to are actually very far apart as well, so it can be hard for these athletes to aim for 2 things at the same time. They quite often have to use their peripheral vision to try and see where their hands are going.
You're also not jumping, it looks like upwards. He's jumping backwards and upwards to achieve this.
Because the wall's so overhanging as well, they have to try and almost throw themselves in towards the wall and catch the holds as they're coming out.
Away from where you started and into the wall, yeah.
Just what everyone wants to do.
Yeah. Not an instinct we were born with.
It's interesting Dylan's using the inside of that volcano-shaped foothold as well, rather than putting his foot on the top of it.
He's looking for an alternative way now, isn't he? Again, that's a sign of intelligence of the climber if they can find alternate routes around. Whether the setter has set it with an intention for that or not is a different question. I know sometimes the climbers do come up with routes that the setter was not expecting.
Yeah, exactly. It's very common in competitions for boulders to be done the way setters don't intend. Quite often setters will test for different methods, and they may find one that's possible, but if they come to the conclusion that it's just as difficult as the intended method, they may just leave it.
I'll be happy. The job of setting is not to be underestimated. I think they definitely don't want to see everybody topping all of them, so their goal is to split the field, come up with a clear winner. Still time for Dylan. It's that M4, like you said, just throw everything at it.
Nice, Dylan.
He's got it. Persistence.
Let's see if he can work out this next bit.
In with the heel. Now, does that class as a zone hold? That does.
That'll be a zone.
That first touch, I would say no. Moving across, moving across. Oh. So I'm a movement person. It's something that I do in my everyday life, the study of movement, and recognizing that the difficulties that they have if they get their body in the wrong position continuously fascinates me, both as a climber and observing climbing. You can see there Dylan needs to get closer to his heel in order to make that move with his right hand much easier. Hopefully we'll get a chance to look at that again.
It's good to see he's managed to repeat that jump as well, because he was struggling with that for a while. He's got about 25 seconds left. This might be his last attempt. Come on, Dylan.
He's got his zone. Get
to really lean over that heel.
Closer to your right heel.
Unlucky Dylan. He looks pretty tired.
Yeah. It was a great effort. It's a great effort, especially getting started on those was a challenge for him. So done really, really well there.
And the final climbers we have out are Charlie and Caitlin.
So we think a top for Charlie will probably be enough. Unfortunately, I've lost count of where we're at with the female event.
I think the female round has been a really difficult one. This last boulder's been topped by a few, but it's been pretty tricky up until there. And Caitlin topped the first one, so she's in a very good position going into the final boulder, I think.
This is what they call the business end. Lovely, elegant climber is Caitlin.
Yeah, she looks so in control when she's moving.
She started competing at the very lowest levels in Group E.
Yeah, so she's been competing a long time if she's in C now.
Making this look, dare I say it,
steady.
Oh, very composed.
Nicely done.
I think that is fantastic. Congratulations, Caitlin. That's brilliant.
Charlie, just like Dylan, struggling to find the flow on this jump a little bit, but he has plenty of time. He's having plenty of goes. I think he's getting pretty close.
That's one thing we know about Charlie so far, watching him today, is one, he doesn't give up, and two, he's been overcoming, I think, the first boulder he actually topped with seconds to spare, so
he's persistent.
He'll keep going for sure. As we saw with Dylan, once you get it, you'll see them get it again and again.
Yeah, it's that muscle memory, isn't it? Once you've gotten it once, your body remembers how it did it and should be able to repeat it with some consistency.
Let's start to wonder, how much does Charlie know? Does he know he needs the zone? Does he know he needs the top? He's got it.
Nice, Charlie. Come on.
The mental requirement of these children at such a young age is phenomenal, and their ability to overcome that as well.
think a lot of the kids know that it is just them against the wall at the end of the day. You can know what other climbers have done, but you still have to perform on that boulder. So
Absolutely.
just not quite working around that heel very well. But he's got plenty of time. He's got nearly 2 minutes.
You certainly know he's capable.
All eyes on Charlie, the only one climbing. Got all the attention.
The joy of winning the qualifiers.
Good to see him brushing the holds as well, because after all of the competitors have been out on these holds, they will get pretty greasy. And yeah, qualifying high up means that you definitely get the worst conditions out of all the climbers. So it's good to see it, that he's taking note of that and trying to give himself the best conditions he can.
Also, he's given himself time. He's rested here.
Nicely done, Charlie. Come
There's
on.
that muscle memory. Now, what's he deciding to do?
Nice, Charlie. Come on.
Has the zone. Oh, he's got the right idea now.
I think he
One last
just
attempt.
needs to point his toe down a little bit to get over that heel. He's currently trying to go with his toe pointed up the way. If he would point his toe down, he would easily manage to transfer his weight over his heel a little bit more. He's probably got one more good go in him. Come on, Charlie.
That move Hannah's talking about is a kind of rock over, isn't it? But
Yeah,
on a heel
exactly.
rather than on a toe.
Come on, Charlie. Oh, just looking a bit tired now, I think.
Yeah, this is the
A bit drained.
he's going to pull out there knowing he can't get any further.
Well done, Charlie.
Male and female C final is finished.
That was a good final to watch, wasn't it? Lots of action. Good to see those results when they come out. I think it'll be quite close in a lot of categories.
I think the females going to be very close, and struggling to remember, to be honest. What we definitely had Javier and Charlie there, both with 3 tops and a zone. So that's going to come down to attempts. How many attempts did it take them to achieve those tops first, followed by how many attempts, if that's level, it took them to get their zones as well. And then if that's all square, it goes back to a count back to yesterday.
Exactly. So we get to see those results when they come out. Okay, so on the screen here we have the results. So Caitlin Fletcher in first with 2 tops, the only climber to get 2. Imogen Lilly with a flash and 3 zones. Flo Nuttall with a flash again and another 3 zones, just in fewer zone attempts than Imogen. Then in 4th we have Lily, 5th we have Martha, and 6th we have Sarah and Wednesday.
You called it. You said with Caitlin getting the topping boulder one, that was enough for her to become British Bouldering Champion 2022 for female C.
Yeah, I think she'll be really pleased with that.
Oh, I know she will.
And in the boys, we have first is Javier Seacombe with 3 tops.
2 years running Junior British Bouldering Champion.
Congrats to Javier. Then Charlie in second.
Oh, Charlie only got 2 tops. That's my mistake. Apologies for that.
These are just provisional results. There will be an appeals process for any potential appeals that will come through, and these could change, but currently this is where we're sitting. Dylan in 3rd, Tom in 4th, Toma in 5th, and Jack in 6th.
Yeah, I definitely can't rely on my memory for these results, because that is not what I was.
Too much going on at once.
Is it every childhood climber's dream to stand on that podium?
I think so. I think any kid that enters this competition would love to be standing on that top spot, and a lot of these children are putting in so much work into their climbing whilst balancing their school and everything like that, so they do have to work really hard for this, and a lot of them really deserve it. So it's really hard to only have one British champion, because a lot of them do deserve it with the hard work they put in.
A podium at the British Championship without a first place, a second or a third place is equally remarkable.
Massive achievement.
And in fact, even making the finals, because we haven't mentioned any competitors from yesterday, but there are a crowd of fantastic climbers who didn't make it yesterday in the battle of the British Bouldering Saturday.
Exactly. This is the most competitive competition in the UK for the climbers of this age. So it's a massive achievement even just to be competing here.
And most of I think the national finals also use this 4-on 4-off format, the isolation format, so they're starting to get used to that now.
Yeah, it's good for these climbers because a lot of them will be aiming to compete for GB when they're a little bit older, and in international competitions that's the format that's used, so it's good for them to get used to it while they're younger.
We're going to see some of those climbers this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. In the older finals we have plenty of athletes that have competed internationally for the country, so showing their experience will be really cool for everybody to see.
I should mention that both winners today, Harvey and Caitlin, are both in the GB development squad already. And so with GB's goal of achieving world domination by 2030, these two are well on their way to contributing to that.
Yeah, I think all of our finalists in UC will be hoping to be part of the future of GB climbing. Yeah, it's really good to see them getting their practice in and doing so well at such a young age as well. That's Scott, the jury president and chief judge for this event, who's going to present the prizes and podiums. So congratulations to all our UC finalists. That was a pretty good show. The next final will be the Youth Bs, which will begin at, I believe, 12:50. I think they'll be out for observation just before that. So we will see you then, I guess.
See you later. Hello, welcome back to the Junior British Bouldering Championships in Mile End, London. As you can see, we now have male and female category B, and they're embarking upon their observation round, 2 minutes on each problem. Talented bunch of kids we're about to observe. So of the boys, we have 5 of the current GB team lining up. And the order they'll come out in.
So 6th place in qualification was Tom Steele. In 5th place was Ryan Smith. In 4th place was Fred Williams. 3rd was Finn Jackson. 2nd was Max Dalton. And 1st was Finley Kurzweil. And in the female category, 6th was Lily Kinnisley. 5th was Connie Bridgens. 4th was Valicia May. 3rd was Izzy Bridgens, Connie's older sister. 2nd was Faye McDougall, and 1st was Lucy Garlick. That's a really strong category, actually, that one.
Really strong category coming up. Really excited for a good, strong battle.
So again, they're just observing the boulders before they start, just like the youth Cs. They also have a slab each to start. Very technical looking ones as well this time, which will be good to see them out on. The second boulders, the men's boulder looks really complicated with a big bunch of coloured volumes all together.
You can see in the hour off that we've had, we've either replaced or modified the boulders that were used in the previous round.
The women have a difficult looking dual text boulder on these new snatch holds. So they're quite a dynamic move to start, similar to the Sea Girls, whose second boulder.
As you can see with Lucy, we are able to touch the start holds in their observation round, but nothing beyond that. You see Ryan Schmidt there sporting his GB top, loud and proud.
Good to see them all reading with their hands as well, help them sort of visualise what's going on and work out.
Ryan's a perfect example there, isn't he? Actually embodying the route as he climbs.
Great demonstration from Ryan. But yeah, it'll be really important for them because actually a lot of them will be quite nervous, and so it'll be good for them to read with their hands to try and remember the boulders as best they can for when they go into isolation.
So just as a reminder, if you weren't with us in the commentary earlier, they have 2 minutes per boulder to observe these routes. We talked earlier about the camaraderie and how connected the climbers can be in this period of time, because the rest of the time they're in isolation where they're I don't know if they kept apart. Are you kept apart in isolation, Hannah?
No, so they'll all be warming up together. A few people will maybe be seen wearing headphones or something and might decide to take themselves away from other people and just be in their own head, but some people will socialise and quite often warm up, making up climbs together and things as well.
An opportunity to get into their own flow and their own routines.
Exactly. I think all of them around Youth B, actually, around this age, will start to be working out what works for them best. I think in Youth C, they're quite often too young to maybe have that knowledge, and so quite often just do what everybody else is doing. But certainly by Youth A and Junior, they tend to have worked out their process and know what they need to do to get themselves in the best competition mindset.
Definitely. Some were actually in the C category last year, and they've moved up into the lower part of the B category and competing against boys who were upper B this year and lower B last year. So every year there's a kind of, you're in the lower, then the upper, then the lower, then the upper.
Yeah, and it can be a big step as well. Especially, you often see in B boys particularly, there's such variation in the development of the boys in the category. Some of them haven't gone through puberty yet and so look really young in comparison, and some of them
challenge both?
Yeah, I think climbing's pretty good at just evening out the odds for every sort of body type. Yeah, and it's just learning to climb with your own body and what works for you the best. You even see that on the World Cup circuit with senior athletes. There's a lot of variation in height, build, all these different things. So it definitely works out for different people depending on different competitions. Definitely noticeable the climbers aren't wearing jackets this time. Quite often you see an observation that the climbers have just done their warm-up and so will wear a jacket to observe to make sure they don't get cold, but yeah, it's pretty warm today in my land, so I don't think it's needed for most of them.
And certainly where we're sat up in the ceiling.
Yeah.
Very, very, very warm. And so how does the heat affect the hold? How does it affect the chalk? What do they have to be thinking about in this type of temperature?
Generally, the more heat there is, the less friction there is. So climbers will need more chalk. Quite often, climbers have sweaty hands and might use products to try and, anti-hydro products to try and improve their grip in these conditions and things. So yeah, it'll be a lot about brushing, a lot about making sure you chalk up plenty, and yeah, just being aware of certain hold types being very difficult in these conditions.
The observation is over.
We should have Lily and Tom coming out first for the slab. See there are winners from earlier. Caitlin and Harvey are watching the finals, watching the older climbers.
Yeah, they both have friends in the categories above, categories below. As we said, it's a really strong community. They'll all be here rooting for each other. We even got a shot of my son on the wall there, not on the wall, on the camera. Just off camera, I can see parents even doing the observation round, moving their hands, moving their arms, discussing what their son or daughter is going to have to do. Everyone's got an opinion.
Yeah, I think parents actually come to the vast majority of these competitions with their kids, so actually have an awful lot of climbing knowledge considering they're not the ones on the wall.
Yeah. Hopefully that's what landed me in this seat. In the upcoming 12 athletes, we've got 5 GB climbers in the male team and
another 5 in the women's, I think. Felicia actually competes for the Bulgarian team, so all of the girls are actually international climbers.
Felicia was in the GB team prior to this year, so we have a full suite almost of international climbers. That means we should be able to. We should be seeing some of the best approaches, best tactics, best thought processes. And first up then, we have Tom Steele.
And Lily Kinnersley. So Tom is actually the current Junior British Bouldering Champion from when he was in C, which was a mistake I made earlier. I said Harvey, who won C this morning, was the champion, but obviously he was second place to Tom. I forgot that they were both in the same category last year. So Tom, current JBBT champion.
first year in the GB team, and he represented in Portugal, finishing in 17th place in Portugal in his first international event.
Really strong performance for your first international, that. And Lily as well has been on the GB team for the past 2 years, I think. Trains at Eden Rock in Carlisle, and she's won the British League Climbing Championships before, but never the bouldering. So, you never know, maybe today it will be the day.
2 very different disciplines.
She also wanted a dog shout out, like much of the seas, to her dogs Oscar and Ollie, who quite often feature on her Instagram.
Another
actually.
Oscar.
Lily getting the zone there, looking pretty solid.
From Tom's first attempt, though, was a bit more of a dynamic start to this slab.
Ooh, that's a really long move, that. Lots of foot movement involved.
Lots of foot movement. You can see him wiping his shoes on the mat there to make sure that there's nothing to get between him and the friction on the holds.
Lily just setting up for, I think this last move, you're going to have to almost pop up to it.
Attempt after attempt after attempt going down for Tom.
I think this is the kind of move that quite often, if you don't like this kind of move, I know I don't, it certainly takes a good few attempts to sort of get into it.
Yeah.
Solid cut from Lily there.
Oh, sorry.
I think that was a flash, actually.
I think that must have been a flash, yeah.
Good start. Can't hope for better than that.
No, 3 minutes to spare. That's 7 minutes of rest for her.
Let's see if Tom can work this one out.
All eyes on Tom. Currently English champion from this year and also Welsh champion from this year. And having a solid season.
Do you think Tom picks out his outfit specifically for this boulder?
That's a wonderful question. Hopefully he hasn't got a blue and red t-shirt for his next.
I think he knows what he needs to do, he's just struggling to execute a little bit.
It should be mentioned that Tom is in the lower of the category for B. So last year he was in the C category, where he won British League champion and British Bouldering champion as well as the YCS competition. So he was kind of a triple crown for Tom last year, and he's had a really good start this year.
Yeah, it can be really hard making that transition from C to B. The standard definitely ups a lot, and he seems to be doing really well with it so far this year.
He's been super consistent. He even went to a adult lead climbing event down in Exeter a few weeks ago, which he won as well.
Wow.
Definitely used to winning. And also I think you get to this level and it's not really about 4 tops that are going to win this. Sometimes it could be 2 tops in a zone.
I've definitely been in competitions where there have been no tops, and zones are what win it for people. So yeah, it can be quite hard mentally, because if you're not topping a climb, you can quite often get quite down on yourself, and you can be quite hard on yourself as a competition climber. But you do just have to put everything out there on each boulder and hope that it will be enough.
It's so close there. A little foot slip. He had the hand on for the first time, but the foot slipped just as he placed it.
Got a minute left. It looks like he's got a bit more confidence now. He thinks he's close.
Knowing Tom quite well, he's not one who lacks for confidence, and he also is not one to let these little glitches set him back. So hopefully he'll honour my commentary with that throughout the rest of the competition.
You're relying on Tom now.
Yeah, I always rely on Tom. Oh, he's so close. And because he's the first out, we have no idea how it's rolling. So if we see other people struggling in the same position, yeah, definitely looks beyond him. I imagine he'll.
He's only got about 10 seconds left. Oh, he's still going.
No zone for Tom.
Unlucky.
Disappointment for Tom's fans.
So next climbers out, we have Ryan Schmidt and Connie Bridgens. So Connie is part of the new age squad from Sheffield. She has won the Scottish Bouldering Championships previously, but not this year. So she'll be hoping to do quite well, I think.
Ryan is not just a GB climber, but he's also climbs with Lily Parkinson at Catalyst at Harrow Wall. He was second in the Southern Youth Bouldering Championships last year, and also second in the Scottish National Championships this year. So having a good season. He is actually in the upper category. So the older age group, a year older than Tom.
Ryan told me earlier he's really good at falling badly, whatever that means.
I wonder if he's about to show us.
Maybe he'll demonstrate. Connie looking really good on this, actually.
Again, flash attempt to the zone.
Come on, Connie.
You can see the different style between the male and female climbs.
Yeah.
One's very gentle, static, slow, and the other's requiring this dynamic.
Both very difficult to start with, though. Static and slow, as I said earlier, really difficult if you're a bit nervous. Need to compose yourself, be patient. As Connie's
the
doing.
left hand.
Yes. Come on, Connie. Nice. And then, yeah, the men's boulder also quite difficult. If you're nervous and you come out and you've got to really coordinate all the limbs of your body quickly, that can be quite a lot for your brain to handle.
Yeah.
So
There's a lot of footwork going on there. A lot of footwork and a quick run, jump, catch.
Yeah.
Very technical move.
Ryan just taking a sit down, taking some time.
The intelligence that we were talking about becomes part of older climbers.
Exactly. I think, yeah, it just becomes part of, as you're growing up in the climbing world, you just learn to take your time a little bit more and see the value in taking some rest. He's even having a lie down, look at him.
He's getting a suntan.
Wouldn't know he was in a national final, would you?
Well, maybe this is the type of attribute we need to see more at this level. You know you've got time on the clock. He knows he's had a minute of having a go. He's got an idea of what he needs to do. He's taking time out to make sure that he's fit and ready, not just to finish this climb, but also for later. He knows there's a lot to come.
Come on, Ryan. Just not quite getting over that last volume quick enough.
I think it's another right-left step to the time you get up there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's just losing the momentum a little bit by the time he's getting to the second volume for his foot, and so he's not getting the distance he needs.
What we can see just at the end of the second volume that he's stepping onto, beyond that is another really small triangle, which I think would be where you aim to plant your right foot to stabilise you as you make the catch with your right hand. Not quite sure we're catching that on the screen.
Oh, going for the static method.
For a static approach.
I like this.
And so rest and intelligence being displayed.
Oh, that could be an option
not
there.
Not a bad idea. So what you start to notice there is he's inventing holds on the volume.
Yeah. You can't really see on the camera screen, but the yellow side of those volumes is what we call a dual text hold. It's actually really slippy. It's almost like a glass-like texture. So he's not going to be getting any friction off of that.
He's grabbing
the back of the hold
in between the volume and the wall. And as you can see,
looks a bit painful.
The brunt on the fingers is huge. He's having a look.
Got a minute left. I think now it'll be going through his head whether he tries that method again or whether he goes back to the dynamic method, which I think is what the route setters have intended.
And that's the risk of having two methods that feel like they could work. You have to make a decision.
Yeah.
An interesting approach though from Ryan.
Yeah, it's good to see other options being thought about. What's he going with? He's going with the static one.
Static felt more reliable. We'll look after those fingers for later.
Come on, Ryan.
So right at the end you can see that black triangle. That's what we're going to be looking out for. I don't know if we mentioned earlier, but the climbers come out in reverse order. So Tom qualified in 6th, Ryan in 5th. So we're going to see
fourth place climbers coming
Fred
out next.
Williams next, who qualified in 4th. So theoretically,
should be getting the stronger climbers coming out as we go.
Theoretically come out stronger, but it's not always the case. Some of them save some energy.
Next out in the women is Felicia May, and in the men we have Fred Williams.
I'm excited to watch Felicia today. She's on what might be known as a comeback path after a difficult 2021. been training really hard this year.
She's been looking really good in all the national events so far, so it'd be good to see her competing down here.
Really nice to see her in the
Fred
national
going
final.
straight for the static way. I was thinking that Fred might do this because he is known to be a very static climber.
Interesting that was his first thought. Clearly
Straight
highlights
away.
that he is quite static.
And on the second boulders, we have Lily and Tom back again. Lily doing really well on her boulder.
Valencia progressing slowly. So Tom, are we looking at a hand crack, a hand jam here?
Very potentially, they are becoming very popular.
Valencia has successfully made her way up to the zone.
Lily on the penultimate hold of the second boulder as well. Looking good.
We'll keep you up to date on Lily as we see Valencia making her way on the first volume.
Come on, Lily.
Penultimate move to the top.
Lily just dropping the last move.
The big stand up on the left leg from Valencia. Controlled and match for a flash finish. Congratulations, Valencia.
Yeah, Lily just slightly overbalanced on the second boulder, but very strong first attempt.
So Tom is looking for a hand jam in here. A hand jam is to place the whole of his hand in between the two volumes to create enough tension to be able to move his body up. So he's not actually holding anything, but creating a kind of compression between the two sides of the volume with his hand.
Yeah, so you end up pushing your knuckle and your fingers against the volumes on either side of your hand to create sort of tension, as you say. But yeah, it's a very difficult technical move, but it's becoming very common in competitions.
It really
these
is,
days.
yeah. It's also not something you want to do hundreds of times because the skin on the back of the hand is not necessarily used to.
Skin on the back of my hand is currently actually covered in bruises from trying to hand jam.
Hannah and I are both comparing hand jam scars.
Let's see Lily on boulder 2. After flashing boulder 1, she looks to be in a good position.
And she got close on the first attempt.
Oh, that's such a difficult barn door to hold. So much tension required.
Much like the barn door is where you swing away from the wall like a barn door, but that looks like the intended move there. You have to really brace that and hold that.
Yeah, I think it's all about controlling that with your core and making sure you don't overbalance too much, because the hold they're going to is actually very positive, but if you barn door too much, you just wobble off. Fred trying the dynamic way now.
Volume 1 is not volume 1, sorry.
Boulder 1.
Boulder 1 is proving difficult so far, with nobody even getting past that first obstacle.
As is boulder 2 with this hand jam.
And the heel hook. Oh, interesting.
Hand jams are usually a difficult thing in competitions because they do split well, but it is often that some people are really good at hand jams and some people really struggle with them. So it will be interesting to see how many of the B-boys have been practicing their hand jam.
Well, like you say, they're showing up consistency in competition, but not necessarily a regular at your wall or training nights.
No, it can be a hard thing to learn how to do, and it does take time. But yeah, not that easy to come by.
Hand jam itself is taken from kind of the outdoor climbing world where it's fairly commonly required. Come on, Fred.
Fred looking very good actually, moving really fast on those volumes.
I think that the last part of that move, we keep talking about that black triangle, you've got to get the foot on there, but at the same time you're reaching up to catch with the right hand, so you should be able to be aware of both of those.
Let's see if she can get this last move down.
She's looking really comfortable, chalking up on the zone hold, taking her time, knowing that time is ticking. Oh, Fred is super close then.
Got about 10 seconds though. Come on,
Plenty of
Lily.
time for Lily to get this if she doesn't rush. Oh. She didn't rush. She felt good. She went for it. No top. So Ryan Schmidt back to tackle boulder 2.
And on boulder 2 for the girls,
We
have Connie.
Oh, Connie,
Alicia
sorry.
was just on boulder 1. She just finished it so quickly, it
finished
feels
it so
like she's
quick,
had a
yeah,
rest.
right.
And the new climbers we have out on boulder 1, both from New Age Climbing in Sheffield. Izzy Bridgens and Finn Jackson. Now Finn hasn't done that many bouldering competitions. He was 5th in the British League Climbing Championships but has never podiumed at a national event. He did go out to the European Cup in Portugal recently for a bouldering competition where he finished 19th. But it was actually something like his 3rd ever bouldering competition.
Oh wow,
which is a bit crazy.
Well, then his other 2, he actually finished 4th and 5th. 4th in English and 5th in Welsh, so...
See if you can get a podium today.
Just
Izzy is a very
right
consistent competition climber as well. 2nd in the Welsh Bouldering Championships. We'll be hoping to do pretty well today. Also 3rd in the
JBBC
last year.
We should be looking to improve on that. This first...
nicely done, Izzy.
First boulder is not challenging.
It can be difficult if you actually are aware that the first boulder is getting flashed, because it does put on a lot more pressure on the climbers coming out later to flash it.
You think they're all aware of that?
I'm not actually too sure. Some competitions are more aware than others. Isolation's actually quite far away from the competition wall here, so they might not know.
That's interesting, because you're normally listening out for cheers. And
exactly, yeah.
I guess the only giveaway might be how quickly somebody returns.
Ryan just really wrestling with that volume there, trying to squeeze
that
it.
Word
like
again, wrestling.
Fridge hugging it.
Still looking for a breakthrough on this first boulder.
Yeah, Finn looking like he's struggling again to just get enough momentum to carry him over that second volume he's trying to run onto.
I think that's the key word.
Come on, Connie. Ryan having another lie down there.
Thought it was me who had the night out, not Ryan. Come on, Finn.
Yeah, just struggling to move quickly enough, I think. Yeah.
I think momentum's the key word there, Hannah.
Yeah, just need to get enough of it to carry you over that first volume, run up the second one and plant on the third.
Just like that.
Easy as that.
It's so easy in our head.
Oh.
Eventually they start to revert to the idea of a static movement, maybe.
It looked like he was trying to stop on the first one. Yeah. Ryan just about getting in there. Oh, it just looked like he was almost falling his way up that, just clawing at the volume, trying to get anything off of it. See Connie on for another attempt. Just struggling with that barn door move, a bit like Lily. Come on, Connie. Come on. Nice. Trying to eliminate the barn door by getting her foot up. Oh, but just losing the back foot, causing her to overbalance a little bit.
Restful Ryan.
Is that what we're calling him now?
That's going to be Ryan's new nickname that they use at Harrow Wall.
Most chilled out guy at the wall.
I wonder if we're going to see any progression on this first boulder for the boys.
Yeah, we only have, what, 2 climbers coming out after Finn? Come on, Finn.
Yeah, it could be the one that separates the crowd.
You can see Connie trying to make some headway on this. Oh, just...
Again, it's that barn door movement, isn't it?
Yeah. She's on for another shot, though.
All right, Ryan, he's waited for the...
Ryan not going for another attempt, just deciding to wait for the next boulder. That might be to do with, as we were talking about earlier, a bit of energy conservation. Maybe he's looked at boulder 3 and thought that's quite powerful, and if I don't think I'm getting anywhere on this one, I should save myself for that one.
You know, how much time are they allowed to spend looking at another climb when they're out there? I think there are some guidance around that, isn't there?
When they come out
coming
for
from observation.
the boulder.
Well, they had 2 minutes previously, you mean?
So they had 2 minutes previously, and then once they're on the wall, they can do anything with that time they want. They can sit and read it for the whole time if they want to, but generally most athletes will try and pull on within the first 30 seconds or so. Fred doing really well on this hand jam, actually.
Yes, this is the furthest we've seen.
Been practicing. Tom also looking good on men's 3. Getting the zone on his flash.
Yeah. The last move for Tom.
Fred has the zone as well.
And a flash for Tom.
Fred's looking solid. Come on, Fred.
This is wonderful climbing from Fred, given how hard the others have found it.
On boulder 1, we actually have Fred topping out on boulder 2 on his first go.
Wow, fantastic. Congratulations, Fred.
So boulder 1, our new climbers out who qualified in second place are Faye McDougall and Max Dalton. So Faye is part of the precision climbing team. Also competed out in Portugal recently as well, coming 19th. She wanted everyone to know her favourite colour is purple, so she wears her purple scrunchies.
And
Max is from...
She's also, sorry to butt in there, she's also JBBC champion for Group C last year, Category C, so she again lower category in B this year. Let's see if she can get those purple scrunchies to the top of the wall.
I think she just dropped that boulder on her first attempt, which wouldn't have expected from her as one of the stronger climbers, but maybe it was just nerves. Max out on boulder 1 for the men as well. Trains at the depot in Pudsey, Leeds.
We also have Valicia on female 3 as well.
Felicia's on female 2, I think.
Female 2.
And Lily's on female 3. We've got so many climbers on the wall.
It's just all of a sudden got we've got two screens on camera here, so we're trying to keep abreast of everything. Faye making her way to the top.
Come on, Faye.
One hand on, just looking to find some balance before putting the second hand on for a top. Well done.
Nicely done. Felicia getting high on women's 2 as well, managing to hold that barn door.
Yes, we missed seeing the barn door, unfortunately. But
come on, V. Good shoulder strength there.
Great strength there from Felicia to hold that move and a finish. Fantastic.
Wow, that was impressive.
You can see her delight at getting to the top there. Fantastic.
Lily just having a look at this women's boulder 3. Looks like a pretty long one, actually.
A lot of moves and a lot of volumes.
And also getting onto this more overhanging terrain as well for the last 2 boulders of each category. Making it a bit more physical, a bit more taxing. Max just struggling with that first move on M1 as well. Nobody enjoying that boulder.
No, it'd be interesting to see if they just leave it as it is for the next stage category.
Come on, Lily. This is the kind of boulder that will be hard in these conditions, you know, very friction dependent, but also very long, so the climbers get very sweaty hands.
At least got a fairly flat surface there for that left hand.
Come on, Lily. That'll be her with the zone hold now. Just a few moves to go. Very physical looking top section for this boulder though. Come on, Lily.
There's a lot of moves in this boulder.
Max just having a slip on boulder 1 still. Oh, good effort, Lily. I'm not sure she'll have another go now.
Well, it's a long way to go, isn't it? But Max, one last chance to try and catch and get onto that zone.
He really gave that go everything.
All square on boulder 1.
We have our final climbers coming out. We have Lucy Garlick and Finley Kurzweil. Now Lucy is one to watch. She finalled at the Youth World Championships last year, whilst young in the age category, which is a huge achievement.
She finished 5th. fifth place in the World Youth Championships when she was in the C category,
Yeah.
or the lower part of
Lower
B.
B. And
this
when
year,
she was out in the Portugal comp recently, she was second. She got a medal.
yeah, podiums in an international competition.
Very experienced climber. Finn, also on the GB team last year and went out to Youth Worlds. This year he was a finalist at the Portugal comp as well. I think he qualified in 3rd place, which is an amazing achievement.
And
Both of these guys are really experienced.
Finishing 9th. So Lucy's part of the White Spider squad and the GB team, obviously, and works also with Belinda Fuller down at Volume 1, who I know enjoys a shout out. I know she'll be watching this now.
Finn looking good on this hand jam boulder as well, actually, getting the zone.
Now, Lucy has also won the Welsh, Scottish and English championships this year, so she's hugely dominant this year and a real model of consistency in her climbing.
Yeah, looking really composed on this first boulder as well, not rushing anything. Let's see if Connie can work out this female 3, this really physical one. Come on, Connie.
There's Ryan with a chance of a top. She's not on screen at the moment. Gone back to rest on the zone.
Wrestle Ryan showing his skills on the wall as well as off.
Nice to see them progress.
Oh, Ryan just dropping the last hold. On the screen now we have Izzy and Connie, who are actually both sisters. Izzy's the elder. Oh, Finn's done the first move on boulder 1.
We've seen. Unfortunately, we missed how he got through that. This is.
Come on, Finn.
Well, you can see that the climb has gone from that dynamic start to a very static.
Wow, amazing work from
Wow.
Finn.
Brilliant.
That'll be a really good start for him.
Do we think that was a flash? Didn't see. We missed the
actually
start of
see.
that, unfortunately. But as I said, that could be a separator, that first climb, compared to everyone else.
Definitely, everyone else has some catching up to do now.
Yeah, for sure. Again, he qualified in first yesterday, so that form continues so far today.
See if Finn Jackson can get to the top of this second boulder. He's already had the zone. See if he can work out this pressing move. Come on, Finn.
I know we're supposed to be unbiased, but kind of rooting for Finn after what you said about his non-podium achievements so far.
Yeah, he's been in so many finals
He'll
this
be
season,
pushing.
but not podiums, so it'd be good to see him do well this time. Ryan just topping men's 3 as well, just
Well
off
done,
screen.
Ryan.
Come on, Connie. Let's see if she can get through these volumes. Opting not to use her thumb on the little screw on that her left hand is on. Obviously preferring to open hand that hold.
Is she allowed to use the screw-ons?
So the screw on hold on there almost blends in with the volume, and it would be ideal for her thumb to use, but she obviously felt it and decided she preferred to open hand it instead.
I think this third problem is with time, how long it is and how powerful it is. Not many attempts.
Yeah, it's definitely one I think you would opt to have quality over quantity attempts, shall we say.
Yeah.
It's going to be very draining, especially if their final boulders are also quite powerful, which I think they both are. But we'll see in a minute.
Well, this is one of them, of course, isn't it?
Come on, Finn, he's just wrestling with that hand jam a little bit. Pretty consistently getting up to that last move though. So this will probably be his final attempt, so let's see if he can make it count. Connie going for one more attempt as well. Oh, just losing Finn there.
So he has the zone. Not
Yeah,
everyone has
a
got the
zone
zone.
on that boulder will still be pretty good, I think. Connie with only a few seconds to go, see if she can get the zone. No, she's pretty tired. So we get a chance to look at the fourth boulder for both categories with Tom and Lily.
So Fred will, on male 2, brushing the pink holds. He'll be looking to capitalise on his top of the second boulder.
Good to see all 3 of these climbers brushing before they get on the boulder as well.
Took the words out of my mouth.
The experience showing there from all of them. See if Max can get this hand jam as well. Oh, good effort. Oh, just foot slipping.
Faye also, as she climbs on, looking to capitalise on the top from her first boulder.
Come on,
See if
Faye.
you can see how she deals with this bond, or you can see the step, the push with the right leg, the reach with the right hand, and then having to control your body around for a left foot placement on that left hand volume.
Yeah, it looked like Faye just almost didn't get quite high enough when she jumped for that. I think if she could get a bit more in her shoulder, she'll have a little bit more control. But she's got plenty of time on this boulder. Max going for the fridge hug again.
I think the fridge hug says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not very cold fridge hug, it's a very sweaty one instead. Come on, Faye. Nicely done.
Ah, different approach. We'll see Faye's older brother Jack competing later.
Yeah, Jack will be in the male USA final later on. So a strong family. Ah, lucky Faye.
I got caught watching her live then and not on the screen. But yeah, Max currently struggling with the hand jam.
See just Tom in the background there on boulder 4. And Valencia just coming out as well. Come on, Valencia.
Not seen much of Tom here, who's currently chalking up, having a good look at that final 4.
Not seeing Lily either. Maybe that means she topped boulder 4? Does that mean? Come on, Max. Come on. Oh, look at him squeezing. Just losing tension a little bit there from Max.
We've cut to Faye, who's at the top of her second boulder.
She's got one more move. Come on, Faye.
One more move to go. Again. Strong.
Oh, just losing that last hold again.
Tom climbs on. 1.5 minutes to go.
Come on, Tom.
It looks like a very difficult start. Interesting, he keeps looking at his fingers every time he comes off. They're starting to get sore. 1 more minute of competition. Keep going.
Faye on for another go as well. Come on, Faye.
Come on, Faye. That's the closest we've got to a top in this round. This round of current climbers, I mean. We've already seen Valencia top it. Time running out for competitors. At the end of Tom's competition. No top for Valencia. So Finley Kurzweil out on boulder 2. Lucy Garlick come out for her second.
Not just see Finn jumping into the screen there. See Izzy on boulder 3 as well.
On the left there, we can see Lucy on her flash attempt for
See if
boulder
Lucy
2.
can flash this boulder. Well held, Lucy. See if she can match.
You can just see both hands.
Nicely done. That's a flash from Lucy. 2 flashes. Pretty solid.
Almost to be expected from Lucy.
Let's see Izzy fighting on boulder 3. Come on, Izzy. Just struggling to hold that zone hold.
Ryan actually made some good inroads into that final boulder.
See if he can make gains throughout the next 3.5 minutes. Let's see if Finley Kurzweil can do this boulder. He was the only one to top boulder 1, so it'd be good to see how he gets on a boulder 2.
Seems to have the hand jam. Nicely sequenced movement of the hands.
Nicely done, Finn. Come on.
Yeah, he's very established on that hold now.
Connie looking good on boulder 4.
Zone for Finley.
Finley Kurzweil got one hand on the last hold.
No
Nicely
shame in the
done.
knee, using his knee on the zone hold there.
You use what you can get in comp climbing, don't you?
Absolutely. Two tops for Finley. Both flashes?
I think so. Maybe a second in red one, but very quickly anyway. Is he just struggling with the start of this yellow and black one a little bit? Not looking too comfortable, but I don't think anyone would look comfortable on that, to be honest.
That's nice. A super dynamic move on the female 4. Again, we've got Ryan making headway through the final route, but about getting halfway at the moment. Can't see from here which the zone hold is on that fourth male.
No. See Connie's legs in screen there, hanging on by her
Well,
arm.
she's had to jump to that hold, and then you can see her legs swinging. But she's now making her way up
Come on, Connie.
onto the second basin.
Come on, Connie.
Very technical boulders.
Oh, just arms giving way there. Finn Jackson
We
looking
also have
good on
Finn
third
Jackson.
boulder.
Oh.
No! That's heartbreaking, that. 1 minute
He has
to go.
a minute.
He's got time. Two sisters on the wall at the same time. Let's see if they can both make gains.
As we said earlier, bouldering is not all about tops. They're working hard to get zones here, to get anything that will give them an edge against their competitors in the competition.
Let's see if Finn can finish off mains 3 this time. He's on for another attempt. Come on, Finn. Looking good. Oh, just losing Finn.
15 seconds.
Come on, Connie. That'll be a zone for Connie then. On boulder 4.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Going to come down to those zones, I think.
Felicia on her final boulder with Fred.
So Fred, one top so far.
Yeah, topping boulder 2.
Fantastic way to start.
Nicely done, Fred. Come on. Fred was always very tiny for his age, so he's very good at working out sequences just because he's had to spend so much time on boulders trying to work out what he can do with his limbs. But yeah, he's very, very technically advanced climber.
Yeah, and he's got some growth in him now to match that as well.
Yeah. Faye on women's 3. Just sliding off there.
See Felicia in the background there. She's about to make
About
the
to go for the
dynamic
jump.
move across.
If Max can do this dynamic move, I think just not moving his hands quite fast enough there.
Felicia made the dynamic move. She's on the wall just in the background, onto the second.
See if you can get onto the zone. Come on, Felicia. Such a physical last boulder for the girls with the one campusing.
There we go.
Nice, Felicia.
And
Come
zone,
on.
she moved her foot.
Oh, just losing it.
Think that counts as a zone?
Yeah, she'll be given the zone for that. Now she's got the zone, she'll just be thinking about getting to the top, so she might rest a little bit more. She knows she's got at least the zone.
Yeah. And she has the 2 tops as well in her back pocket.
Faye fighting on boulder 3. See if she can get the zone move.
It's a fascinating shot, that, isn't it? The effort.
The face, the try-hard face.
Yeah.
Fred's doing really well on boulder 4. Come on, Fred. Keep fighting, Fred.
His next move is very steep finger shelf almost.
Wow, that's such a long
Huge amount of
move.
strength required there to stay into the wall.
Max doing well on boulder 3 as well, just trying that tricky last hold. We saw Finn Jackson struggling on.
Do we think that was a zone for Fred? I'm assuming so, but
Yeah,
I
I
can't
think
see which
he
one the
was-
zone hold is.
I can't see which one the last hold was, but I think he was going for either the last or second last hold.
And Felicia doing a Supergirl impression.
Come on, Felicia.
That amazing heel hook, high heel hook.
Come on, Felicia. She's so
Oh, again,
powerful.
wonderful,
Such a powerful
amazing
climber.
strength. Get that heel locked in. 2 hands on the zone.
Come on, Felicia.
Continue through.
Greasing off a little bit there. Faye still
Great.
fighting with this move to the zone. Struggling a little bit. Come on, Faye. Yeah, it's quite a long way that. She's falling out from the wall a little bit. Fred's back on.
He's back to the same place as last time. Stay close. Yes, he's held it. He's held it. Can he move across? He's got the right hand on the top.
Woo!
And the
Fred
top
topping
there.
on the 4th boulder.
Fantastic.
Solid
Wow,
effort
he's given
from
himself a
Fred.
great opportunity there.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, look,
Delighted
he
with
looks
it.
so happy.
Yeah, it would be.
Come on, Faye. Yeah, Faye's just coming out from the wall a little bit there. Felicia just taking her time. We're going for this jump. Nice.
Felicia's probably got time.
Yeah. Come on, Felicia.
If she can get that. Oh, no.
Max going for this last move again. Oh, just struggling there a little bit from Max.
The last go all out commitment, you said.
Yeah.
20 seconds to go, but we'll
See.
climb on anyway.
Oh, just running out of time a little bit
Fantastic
there.
battle.
Good effort, everybody. So we got Izzy Bridgens on number 4, alongside Finn Jackson on number 4 as well. Now Finn will know Fred just topped that, so we get to see how Finn performs.
It'll also be interesting to watch Lucy.
Yeah, this women's 3, a
third
few
one.
people have gotten the zone. I think. I know Lily got the zone, who was the first climber out. But we could see if Lucy can top. And then we have Finn Kurzweil on 3 for the men as well. This pink one where the last move's giving a couple people a bit of trouble. Nicely done from Izzy. Come on, Izzy. Nice. Izzy's got very long legs, which can be quite difficult in situations like this, I think, where climbers get a little bit bunched up. Not that much space. Which seems to be working out quite well. Close.
I was watching with Felicia. I think the idea there is to get your foot up into that lower basin.
I think so, yeah, and really pull in.
Almost be able to stand up on it and get across. Hopefully someone will show us how to do it.
Finn Jackson powering through that first bit, just losing his feet a little bit.
With 2 hands onto the zone for Izzy.
So we've just been told that Finn has stopped on men's 3 because there has been some blood spilled on the holds, which they're having to clean, but he will be back on that boulder in about 5 minutes' time.
Lucy Garlick, meanwhile, has got a zone on the 3rd, and
Looking
she's
good.
moving all the way through.
Come on, Lucy.
Looking for a top here. First top of
Nicely
female
done,
3 today.
Lucy.
Again, that's her 3rd top out of 3 climbs. I think that was her 2nd attempt.
I think, if I'm not mistaken,
You can see the blood there.
that secures Lucy the win. I don't think any other climber has managed 3
That's a good
so
point.
far.
Yep.
So before the last boulder even, I think she's secured the win.
So she can come out for fun on the last one.
Yeah, I don't think Lucy comes out for fun. She means business.
Yeah, 4 tops will be on her mind. She's setting an incredibly high standard in this category this year.
Let's
And
see
a joy to
Finn.
watch. This boys B final has been incredibly challenging.
Yeah, different people topping different boulders,
Yep,
but every boulder has been topped, which is a good sign.
I've lost track.
So we had Finley Kurzweil topping boulder 1, Fred topping boulder 2, and Finley topping boulder 2, I think,
Tom
as well.
Tom Steele topped
And
one,
Tom too. Tom Steele as well. Then a few people topping this pink one. And Fred's obviously
Fred
just
topped the
demonstrated a great top on boulder 4.
Mm.
So good job from the route setters in the male B category.
Yeah, working to all their strengths in different ways.
Come on, Izzy. See if she can get this move off this zone hold. It's a long way.
Yeah.
Good progress being
I
made
said
though.
we needed the foot in that 2nd lower basin to stand up.
Nice,
there's a
Izzy.
little
Come
hold
on.
there. What an
This is good. I
incredibly
think this is
bunched
the most
position.
progress we've seen on this so far.
Come on.
Come on, Izzy. Nicely done. Top hold just over from her.
Looking to change her feet a little bit.
Just trying to find balance this last hold. Come on, Izzy.
So just using that heel to hold her into the wall.
Good to see her being patient with this last move.
What we can't see there is her changing her hands, a hand swap on a really small
Tricky
hold.
match this.
And
Bit
now
out
she
of balance.
has to touch the top hold with both
Come on,
hands
Izzy.
in this position.
Nicely
Ready
done.
the finger touch to finish.
She'll be
She'll
really
be
pleased with that.
Super happy with that. Brilliant. You can see how tired she is. Brilliant.
Faye out on last boulder for the girls. And Max out on boys 4.
We also have Finley coming out on his 2nd.
Finley Kurzweil back out on pink boulder after it's been cleaned.
Faye setting herself up for what we know is a dynamic move to the lower of the basins there.
Go on, Faye.
Oh.
Just missing that. I think she was trying to go just for the first hold rather than going for the two at the same time.
What's been successful is a right hand on the near hold and a left on the far bases. She'll work that out, I'm sure.
Yeah, she's got time. Opting to take the chop bag off though.
Don't want to waste all that expensive chalk on the
Yeah. I think moves like this do make it easy to spill your chalk everywhere.
That's right. Boulder 4 for the boys, proving continuously challenging. Now Finley Kurzweil is about to embark on his second boulder after the delay.
Just struggling with that dynamic move a little, and considering he topped the first two, and I think that would be fair to say that this pink one's probably been the most toppable out of all the boys' boulders.
Sure.
It's interesting to see him struggling on this.
I wonder how much the break may have affected him.
Yes, a break could be, a bit of a disruption. It's not what you're used to, especially if you're a regular competitor and you're used to your routine in a final. Something that could
Not part of the plan.
mess with your head a little bit. Yeah, just break your plan, as you say.
So
Come
you
on,
get to see
Faye.
Faye. In fact, she's going to be looking for that hand swap again on that really small hold.
See if she does the same thing as Izzy. She looks like she's got some sort of foot jam.
I was
Nice,
just going to say a
Faye.
completely different approach there. She used a right heel hook instead of a left.
Very nicely done by Faye.
Yeah, Finley continuing to struggle with that dynamic move. Plenty of time though. 2 minutes 22 seconds.
Max also struggling on boys 4. Just working it out a little, looking a bit confused. So strong on that thumb.
Decisions to be made on if it's your left foot on the volume and the right foot under, or the right foot on the volume and the left foot under.
Yeah. When you're given so much
Choice.
opportunity and choice on these big volumes, it's hard to work with the margins. There are such small margins of what works and what doesn't. When you're given all these options, it can be really difficult in such a short space of time. And even having the confidence to know you've made the right choice, sometimes you can second guess yourself.
Absolutely. I know that in lead competition, for instance, there's often holds that can be misleading that the setters have put there. I'm not sure if that's often the case in bouldering as much, but
Generally, most holds will have a use, but sometimes the best way for you is just to do it a different way. So yeah, it's about knowing what's best for you as a climber.
here we go again.
Yeah, Finn really struggling with this pink one. Perhaps he's feeling the pressure.
There,
Nice,
we have
Finn.
it. And sometimes that's all it takes. Suddenly you're one move away from the top. A few of them have gone up there and come back to rest on the zone hole.
I don't like that last hold.
Re-establish themselves.
I was going for a knee
bar.
jam of some
Yeah.
sort. It's a new one.
Try the heel hook. What else can you throw at this? Come on, Finn. "14 seconds.
Oh, just losing his
that's
feet.
it.
Probably not got much time for another go.
We're going to do some speed climbing. No. Great effort from both boys, given the full 4 minutes.
We're nearly finished, actually.
Yep.
Got Lucy on her final boulder now. She'll be the only climber because Finn was due to be climbing beside her, but obviously with the delay, that's a little bit out of sync now. So all eyes on Lucy for this one.
And then it'll be all eyes on Finley for
Exactly.
the final.
See if Lucy can get all 4 done.
As we said, this will be her sole target. All 4 tops.
Come on, Lucy. Lucy loves a dynamic move.
Yeah.
So you get on
Okay.
these easy.
Straight to the right hand, left hand separation on the dyno. Good lock off strength.
So much control.
Yeah.
Come on, Lucy.
As I said, she is a joy to watch. A static pull up.
Getting that foot in that dish, as you said. Working this out pretty quickly as well.
I'm actually holding my breath watching her. She's leaning into that hold for her break. That's the third break we've seen.
Nice, Lucy.
And the little tap. She always
Solid
gives the last
effort.
hold a little tap. 4 out of 4.
Can't complain with that.
Can't complain with that. As we said, she'd already had it in the bag after the first 3 tops. That sealed it.
We're just chatting to Izzy there about that last boulder.
Again, good camaraderie displayed.
Yeah, these guys are still young, but they are starting to, with the GB team, as a lot of them are on it, travel around the world together as a group. So they do get that bond, and you'll see that in the juniors later on. A lot of them have been traveling all over Europe and the rest of the world for maybe up to about 5 or 6 years together. So know each other so well, and are really close.
Of course, you can follow a lot of these kids on their Instagram profiles. I was thinking as you were talking about the juniors then, how they were, you can watch their journey around the competitions, and it's a really nice way of following the youth scene.
The results on the screen are slightly incomplete. The problem 4 hasn't been factored in, so I don't think these are accurate just yet. As we know, Faye and Izzy, for example, topped the final boulder with Lucy. So we get to see those results once they've been updated. Same with the boys' boulders. Yeah, it's good to see that different people were topping different things in that boys' final.
That was a very interesting final to watch.
Be good to see how the results have played out in the end.
Remember, placement comes down to number of attempts to make your tops, and then the number of attempts to get your zones. Which I wonder how that will play out actually in the boys.
Yeah, we've still got 1 minute 30 seconds until we see Finn climb on his final boulder, which I think will make quite a big difference actually. I'm not sure on attempts, but at the moment Fred and Finn both have 2 tops. Tom might have 2 tops as well, potentially. But yeah, it's a very close boys final.
I think Tom got the 1. Ryan saying on the pink.
So yeah, it'll be good to see how Finn gets on this last boulder.
I think it's between
Fred and Finn.
Finn, yeah. Because we have to wait the full 4-minute period that Lucy didn't need to use to get her top.
So Finn can maximise his rest time, and
Exactly.
we're just getting the podiums out ready for the end of the final.
An unscheduled delay in the climbing thanks to someone's blood. I'm not sure whose blood it was.
Quite often you see that in these competitions with such a long day of qualifying before, and they're all trying their hardest as well, so they're putting everything out there. And then finals boulders quite often having very skin intensive holds. You do regularly see bleeding in competitions, which can cause disruption.
Yeah. And of course over the time they're hardening up this skin, aren't they, with all the competing they're doing and training they're doing. But a weekend like this is very tough on the skin.
Let's see Finn go on this last boulder.
You can see him psyching himself up.
Fred there waiting, watching Finn as well.
It's one of those situations where Fred will partly be cheering him on and encouraging him because that's the nature of the scene.
We'll also be thinking, oh, my
he
title
doesn't,
could be on the line here.
Exactly, yeah. But again, both GB team members, so I'm sure a good camaraderie between them exists already.
Finn just giving the boulder a good brush. Probably a very smart move. As we said earlier, the last climber to come out does get the worst of the conditions, so quite often has to be aware of that, whereas the first climber out gets pretty fresh holds, so might not have to worry about brushing as much.
Okay, let's see what you've got, Finley Kurzweil.
Come on, Finn.
That decision again to be made.
Oh wow, trying to campus that. Quite bold.
Haven't seen much campusing, have we? A little bit on the female floor. Campusing is where you climb with your feet off the wall, just pulling up with your hands. Lots of strength required.
Perhaps we'll see some in the older categories to come.
Finley taking his time. Three minutes to go.
See Finn taking his time. He obviously knows the boulder's quite a physical one. Could do with a little bit more rest.
There's a good chance his two tops already have him on the podium.
Just struggling with that pinchy hold there.
It was at this part of male four we were talking about Fred's ability to navigate these moves because of his history as a kind of shorter climber. There's definitely some significant technicality required in this part of the climb to get through it.
You often see that with climbers who develop later, they do have a sort of enhanced technical ability beforehand, so it can quite often be an advantage to grow just a little bit later. You're forced into learning how to climb in a much more effective way due to your situation, and then when you do grow, you've got the advantage of being a little bit bigger but also having all that knowledge and experience behind you as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting because this is the category where growth seems to just come upon them rather quickly.
Even Finn, to an extent, last year he looked very different to how he does this year. He has developed a lot. Come on, Finn, making progress here.
A guppy hold on the volume to get him through it.
That's the zone.
That's the zone.
Come on, Finn.
Heel hook. He's gone straight onto that finger shelf. Plenty of time here.
Nicely done, Finn.
That's it again. All that matters is getting through what would have been considered the crux for him in order to navigate his way to the top.
I think that'll be Finn with the win because he topped 3 boulders.
I think he's the only climber to top 3. I have made some errors today in counting, but I think I'm pretty clear on that.
We shall see.
The judges will confirm the scoring, so don't rely on what we're saying. But another hard-fought battle.
Yeah, another really tough round. The women's not that many tops going around. The first boulder, toppable, but not so much after that. But yeah, some really solid performances.
Await the outcome of any appeal window, which is 5 minutes from now, and we will then go into presentations for Group B.
Now we're just waiting on appeals, so there's always an appeal window after a final finish, so parents, coaches, athletes can question any decisions that judges have made, and then the final results will be published on the podium.
They all get their phones out to check the results, scrutinise the results, make sure nobody's been hard done by. Normally a very fair process. Everybody gets a chance.
And then the route setters will come take all these holds off the wall and do it all again for the UK final. Be interesting to see how much they change the boulders, if they completely redesign them as they've done for UC, or if they just make tweaks to a few of them, which sometimes they do, save a bit of time.
Well, interestingly, Route 1, Boulder 1, sorry, we had one top, didn't we? But the other 5 really struggled to get through it. But I'm sure they'll be either tweaking that or, as you say, a full reset. And of course, what a lot of them like to do after the boulders is come back and try the ones that they couldn't do again. But on days like today, they disappear into the past.
Yesterday it was the same in the qualification round. I had a number of athletes asking me, can I try the boulders afterwards? But it was about a 15-minute changeover until the next round, so they weren't going to get the chance, which was a shame.
While Finley Kurzweil was doing his 4th boulder, I saw Max Dalton. He was out on the hand jam having a go before it goes. Every last opportunity to learn.
Making the most of the time.
Looks like we have an official result on the screen. Well, a complete set of results anyway.
Yeah, so Lucy Garlick winning with 4 tops, looking pretty dominant there. Very impressive.
5 attempts, 4 and 5 attempts.
Izzy in second with 3, and Lily in third with 2 flashes.
Could I please
So
have
yeah,
Lily,
pretty good
Izzy,
spread, I
Lucy,
think. Pretty
Tom,
good spread of
Fred and
results. Solid
Finley Kurzweil
performances.
to the podiums, please.
The obviously the third problem only being topped by Lucy, which gave her the edge.
Yeah, that was really cool actually. Valencia looked really solid on the second boulder actually,
Just
but
a shame
obviously
she
just
couldn't get the
struggled
fourth.
for the 4th.
But that's the difference. One top can be the difference between 5th place and a podium, or 6th place and a win even.
Still waiting on complete results for the boys boulders. Not all the boulder 4 is in, but
As it stands,
I'm pretty sure Finley's still in first because he's the only one with 3 tops. Fred looking pretty solid with 2 tops, and then Tom with his flash on the 3rd boulder, and Ryan with a 3rd attempt on the 3rd boulder.
as we said, it's that zone that Tom's got in problem 1 that is currently putting him into 3rd place. I didn't realise Tom had got a zone on the first actually. The official results will be out when the appeals process is over, and then we'll move on to podiums.
Izzy, where are you? I need you at the podium, please. Izzy, to the podiums, please. This is a final call. Unattended bag in the baggage area. Okay, look, if anybody knows where Izzy is, could they please ask her to come and see me, please? Hi everyone. So we now have the presentations for the finalists in the Youth B category. So if you want to please squish up if you want to take some photographs. I know I'm up here, but you don't need to take my photograph. Okay, without further ado, a couple of thank yous as always before we get on to the presentations to Mile End Climbing Centre for hosting this event this weekend. Thank you so much. They've been absolutely brilliant. Thank you, thank you. To the route setting team, who I'm sure you will agree have set absolutely amazing blocks all weekend. So thank you to the route setting team. And then the personal one from me to my judges, isolation scorers and everybody else that helped keep me sane over the weekend. A massive, massive thank you. Okay, right, let's crack on. Here we go. Female B in 3rd place, it's Lily. In 2nd place, Izzy. And in 1st place, Lucy. Well, ladies, thank you. On to the male B category. In 3rd place, we have Tom. In 2nd place, it's Fred. And in first place, it's Finn. Well done, everybody. Thank you very much indeed to the Youth B. We'll do it all again soon for Youth A. Thanks, everybody. Youth B, you can now leave the centre. Safe travels.
So thank you for coming to the Youth B finals. We will be back again for the Youth A finals just after 3 o'clock for their observations. Hope to see you then, guys.
Welcome back to Junior British Bouldering Championships 2022. We've got the superstars of Category A coming up, and they're in their observation round, so 2 minutes of observation per block. And in qualifying order for the males, so you can see on the screen right now, we have Toby Roberts, who finished in first place, Jack McDougall qualifying in second place, followed by Jamie Jenkins in third, Oscar Phillips fourth, Joss Nind in fifth, and Reese Conlon in sixth. We'll update you more about each competitor as they go.
And in the women's side, we have Emma Edwards qualified in first, Anya Hamimu in second, Maya Patel in third, Isabella Edgington fourth, Grace Coxson fifth, and Willow Petrobelli in sixth. Very strong field for both categories in this comp, actually.
Yeah, incredibly excited to watch and commentate on this.
Yeah, so the boulders for this category look really, really hard. They're really pushing it this comp, I think. But yeah, really good mix for both categories. Very different styles, and I mean, in the women's, they're actually reusing some of the boulders from the Youth Bs.
Yeah, both the third and fourth, I believe.
Yeah, so they've judged that the boulders were hard enough to be used at Youth A Girls Standard as well as Youth B. So, and Lucy topped both actually. So,
yeah, so it really
you
shows
see how the A's compare.
And it shows what level Lucy's currently at, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Once again, they can touch the holds at the start, but nothing else. But they're working out whether to start face forward or back. I think Scott is actually still doing a manual beep,
Yeah,
or verbal beep.
Not sure if they can hear it, but he is just shouting beep instead of anything else.
Scott was keen for us to impress earlier that most of the helpers here are just volunteers. There are employed people, but Scott, who's running this all day on a very tight ship, just a volunteer. That really shows the commitment that goes into this sport. All the coaches, route setters, organisers. Even got a nice free sandwich from Brenda. Just give her a mention.
Route setters have also said that they tested these boulders in 26-degree heat to try and make sure that they would suit the conditions in today. And especially the first couple boulders look very difficult if you've got sweaty hands. So hopefully we'll see some progress being made.
Add to that, Alex told me that the intention for both first male one and female one was insecure, risky and wobbly. So
Lovely. Just what you want as your first boulder.
Start, yeah. Obviously, do you find that the climbers come out at this level? They come out quite pumped and ready to go, and then that first slab is actually a bit of a stall in that process.
Yeah, so I think everyone's a bit nervous, but definitely as you get into the older categories, nerves are less of a factor because quite often they're regular finalists that are coming out. They generally need to sort of more compose themselves rather than get rid of nerves. They can tend to be a little bit hyped, especially the boys can get really, really psyched. So then to come out and see a slab and then have to calm yourself right down and be really patient on a climb and really be careful with what you're doing, that can be quite difficult. Yeah. Especially if you have spent a lot of time trying to hype yourself up. But I think the fact the climbers will get to observe the boulders, they'll know what they're coming out to, will help with that. I think the competitions where you don't get observation, it can be really difficult to really filter yourself almost.
As you said earlier, the slab normally comes first, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This particular one that was also described, looking at male 4 here, as if they placed this as your first boulder, they would probably expect everyone to flash it. But after the tour of the 3 rounds, they really have a very complex start, but a fairly simple route. So it will come down to energy, who's got what left when it comes down to that. So there's a lot of thought process goes into the tour of the 4 boulders for both male and female. Again, we mentioned it in both category C and B, but you can see the joined togetherness, the camaraderie on the mats. while they work out, some individually, some conversing, making decisions about where the best part to hold is, where to put the foot, is it a jump, is it a static. Got Louis Parkinson next to me. He's quickly running the fingers under his chin, saying, "No, put you like the fame, Louis." It's very hot up here. Yeah. What do you think of the boulders, Louis?
I'm glad I'm not climbing them. They look really hard.
They look really good. Yeah. From the horse's mouth, one of our well-known climbers would rather be watching. Observations over. Final preparations. And back to isolation.
So first out we will have Willow Petrobelli and Reece Conlon, both of whom are actually from London, so local, shall we say.
Both will be found climbing at the Westway on a Thursday evening. Willow is part of the Westway squad, and she has been for a long time. But Reece goes down there to use the wall. Now, it should be mentioned probably that Reece Conlon was 6th in the Youth World Championships last year in Russia, which is a hell of an achievement.
Yeah, and he also won JBBCs last year while he was in Youth B. So although he's young in the age category, he's very experienced, so he shouldn't be
I think
discarded.
BLCC as well. Yeah, he seemed to have a clean sweep last year. So definitely one to watch. Qualifying in 6th yesterday.
Willow's more of a lead climber, I would say. She has won the BLCC 3 times. Podium did it 3 times, sorry. So very consistent in lead. But hopefully, I think she's trying to transition into getting those results in Boulder as well, get that same consistency.
She's made the GB team this year, I believe.
Yes, she's on the GB squad with Reece.
And as a Westway squad parent, been watching Willow climb for a long time, so really happy to see her at the top level and competing in the national final.
I've always thought Reece is pretty good on a slab, so it'll be good to see how he gets on this first boulder.
I've always thought Reece is pretty good.
Yeah, full stop.
Full stop. No, this is an interesting start. 4 points. Remember, the route setter described this as wobbly, risky, and insecure.
Sounds delightful.
Perfectly demonstrated. Yeah. Everything you want to walk out to on your first boulder.
Well, it looks like it's a bit of an uncomfortable position on female one.
Is that an early zone hold? No, I can see the 2 marks there of the police.
Yeah, so there's black tape between those 2 boulders to separate them so that they can't.
And they can't use the other side of that black tape either, can they?
No, so black tape is really common in competitions and quite often is where a lot of athletes make mistakes. I've done it before, but yes, you're not allowed to touch black tape or go past it. Otherwise you get pulled off the climb.
Yeah, out of bounds.
And it can be seen on the men's boulder as well. Actually, the erect, the side of the wall that's there has got black tape on it, which means it's out of use.
Well, they need that tape there because an erect can be very tempting to hold and stabilise. So they're very strict on what you can do and what you can't do in these competitions. So for Reece on M1, the zone hold is just beyond the 2 blue domes there. He has to navigate those domes to make his way across to the zone.
Go on, Reece. That looks so technical.
What are you
Problem
seeing?
with those feet are really low profile, so they're not very positive to stand on. They slant down an awful lot, which generally means if you don't weight them enough, they will slip. So making that transition from one volume to another whilst weighting both feet enough that they don't slip is so advanced.
And weighting the feet is going to be about dropping the heels.
Exactly, so you
Getting
drop
right
the
into
heels and try not to hold on to the handholds almost too much. You want to stay really low on that hand and keep your body below that big volume.
Whilst also staying, the closer you stay to the wall on a slab, the more
better
chance there is
you
of
have.
staying on it.
Yeah, you can see how hard Reese is even trying with his arms there to keep him on. But yeah, that's so tricky.
That's maybe an indicator that he's not got his feet right.
It would maybe just be an indicator that he's not trusting them too much, although he did try to put a heel on the side, and if that works, then you would want to be hugging the arms quite a lot and leaning quite far to the side to engage the heel, but I think he's going to have to release that heel to make the transition over to the next round dome volume, and he's going to have to trust those feet on those really nasty volumes.
Trust those feet. Said by many a coach across the globe, I think, in many languages.
Much easier said than done. There he goes again, trying to get his feet on those volumes. You can see how low his heel is on his left foot as well.
And that, again, one slight little slip is enough to bring you off. He's almost using the crack between the volume and the wall for his right foot. Probably one of the more stable areas.
Quite often on these volumes there is almost a little seam between where the volume meets the wall that is sometimes standable. I've definitely done it a few times, but it depends on the volume. Sometimes it's not worth it. Sometimes you're better off trying to use
looking for any
main volume.
advantage you can find, right?
Yeah. Wello just struggling with the start of the women's boulder as well, which looks really complicated. She's really got to stand up into that thumb with her left hand.
Looking for a little toe hook with on that first handhold as well.
Not much for her hands there at all. She looks a bit warm as well.
You very much have to get stood up on that one and up close against the wall. 30 seconds on the clock, just less. Time running out for Reese and Willow. And the challenge with not having a zone is you'll want to keep going and get as close as you can in that time frame. It's probably game over for Reese.
Yeah, there's not an awful lot of time left for this, but
Willow also walking away.
tough first boulder that had to come out to.
I must admit, when I first saw them, I was afraid, might be the word.
I went and had a look at them, and put it this way, I'm glad I don't have to be on them.
Yeah. And it's not one of those where I would sit here comfortably commentating about what to do and how to do it either.
Now we have Grace Coxson and Josh Mintz. So both of these guys are not on the GB squad like the rest of the finalists, so it's interesting they're coming out together.
Well done for making it this far.
This is Grace's second national final ever, so this is a really big deal for her. She'll probably be really pleased she's qualified. But yeah, she's on the Boulder UK squad from Preston, so she's come an awful long way for this event. She'll be really pleased to be here. And then Josh is from High Sports in Brighton. He's on the squad there, and he won the Irish Bouldering Championships a few weeks ago actually.
Fantastic.
So he has got a recent national final experience. So
having a good year. I also have him as third in Welsh and second in the Scottish Championships.
yeah, he's been pretty consistent this season.
Yeah. And good to see him continuing that here in British Bouldering.
He'll be taking that recent experience into this final as well.
And questioning the wearing of tracksuit bottoms.
He must be boiling.
Oh, we're going for a toe hook here.
Oh wow.
He's using a very different body shape. And he's actually able to hold himself.
Well
in that.
held. Yeah, the problem with that position is that as soon as he takes his left hand off that start hold, he's going to be in a really tricky position to hold on.
Yeah.
So it's a good position for being stable, but not necessarily
Probably.
for making progress.
Yeah. Well said.
But you never know. Quite often with these boulders, if you get yourself into a stable position, it just gives you that time to sort of work out what you need to do, and you can get yourself out of it.
Using a slightly different route this time. No, he's going for it again. He's gone for higher this time. Surely he can't get his right hand across before.
Desperately trying to hold on to anything he can on those blue domes.
little wry smile as he stared back up at the boulder. Grace having the same problems as Willow at the moment.
Yeah, I had a feel of the start holds on the girls' boulder, because unlike the boys' boulder, there are like little
Something to hold on
screw-ons,
to.
there's something there, but even then, they're not very good.
Yeah, they've both brushed it quite a lot, so it's obviously also not got a really clear purchase on
I
it.
think it's so poor that you're almost brushing it to try and see if you can get anything
Make it
out of it.
Welcome to climbing at this high level. Just gone for a more conventional approach. It is so treacherous, this one, that any adjustment seems to be really punishing.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things that you need to execute perfectly, otherwise it's going to spit you off.
Yeah, and we'll hope to see that in the some point in the competition. As we said earlier, Josh qualifying in 5th, we still have the better qualifiers to come after, so plenty to look forward to.
Come on, Grace.
First goal has got to be to stand up, isn't it?
Stand up,
on top of this boulder.
slowly move across, and they seem to be reaching for a handhold. It's not very visible from here, but there is some sort of little
Just on the
button stuck to the wall somewhere, just before they reach that big black triangle volume with the zone on it as well.
I see where you're pointing out, yeah.
Come on, Josh. Oh, Grace just slipping a little bit there. Doesn't look comfortable, to be fair.
It's actually agony to commentate on. Thinking about what you said earlier about the small screw-on holds, and Josh looks like he's looking for them at the
I
top
think
of
he's
them.
trying to find anything that is slightly grippable.
Anything advantageous.
Someone's trying to crimp the back of the volume.
He's making my fingernails look
Oh, gosh. Oh, he almost made
Wow.
progress there,
Time has
though.
gone quick.
It
Right,
does go really quickly when you're on these boulders as well.
we'll let the chaos begin now. We start to watch 2 climbers on each of the first 2 boulders now. So
New
with
climbers
the-
coming out. We have Oscar Phillips and Isabella Edginson. Izzy Edginson, as she likes to be called.
Yeah, again, Isabella's first season in the GB squad, White Spider athlete.
So when looking for a fun fact about Izzy, I was told by somebody else she can do a one-arm pull-up, but she confirmed to me that it's not necessarily true. So I was quite disappointed. But she is super strong.
She is super strong. She was one of those climbers where lockdown actually benefited her. She came out on the other side of lockdown incredibly strong and powerful and worthy of a GB space. She
Getting
also
it-
won the Welsh, I believe, Welsh Championships, so she's current Welsh champion. And a podium 3rd place in the English Championships back in March.
Oscar's also been doing comps for a few years. He's from Cardiff. He trains at Boulders in Cardiff. I asked him if this was his first JBC final, and he didn't know. He said maybe.
That's a fun fact.
So yeah. Oscar's older sister Emily Phillips is on the GB senior team as well, so a very experienced
Another-
competition
another
climbing
family.
family.
Perfect.
Let's see how Willow gets on the second women's boulder as well. All 4 points of contact start, meaning that all of your limbs, 2 hands, 2 feet, have to be on that starting hole before you can continue on the boulder. Quite a bunchy start position.
Very bunchy.
Is he just not quite finding that balance point on female 1? Now this move on men's 2 looks cool.
Yeah, it's a
Nicely
good
done,
catch.
Reese.
I think the smiley face was intentional.
To remind the boys to smile. They're all quite serious.
This one described as a dynamic coordination boulder.
Very tricky last push up into that hold.
And a press to finish. Not really a hold.
Girls also doing a dynamic move on female 2, the jump to that squadra volume. It does have a screw on hold on top of it, so there is something to grab, but only one, and they've got to hit it right as well, so aim's important there.
It was described to me as challenging the coordination, and then for them to have a massive change of pace halfway through the boulder, which should challenge them emotionally and mentally as well as physically.
Yeah, so they do that big dynamic move that Willow's just trying to do there, and then they've got to slow right down and go into this pressy, wiggly kind of finish.
Pressy wiggly.
Pressy wiggly. A technical term.
All the technical beats are coming out. Reese is having another go. Really get
Come on, Reese.
incredibly high and locks off before reaching up into that press by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks really difficult now. Still struggling on first boulders as well. Not too much success. Come on, Willow. Oh, she looked close there. Just slightly overdid the jump.
That's where she needs to control there. Yep, Isabella still in
Struggling.
the same place as Grace and Willow.
She's struggling to even get established in that start position. I think she's not managing to get her feet on as comfortably as Grace and Willow did.
Right, Reese. Look for that big twist, push, and knee drop.
Come on, Reese.
Huge left hand
Pushing
press
that
there
out
from
so
Reese.
physical.
Oh
Oh,
my goodness.
gutted.
I don't even know what he's supposed to do there. Have any ideas? Not sure. How do you
I
think
think
he's supposed to roll?
just do that, but manage to not overbalance, which is much easier said than done. But yeah, it's just going to be that pushing up, but seeing into the wall. Oh, I touched the last hold.
Oh, I see. Yeah. It's a
Got
big,
10 seconds, he's going for it.
big strong press there.
Oscar manages.
Camera's not currently on Reese. He's having a quick go for the final. One hand on. One hand is not enough. Two hands in control. Finish a boulder is required. So no joy for Reese there, but obviously he got the zone on his way up. Willow also got the zone from female 2. No, she probably didn't. That was the one
I
she
think
was.
she was just struggling
coming
to
off,
hold the
wasn't it? Yeah,
momentum on
struggling to
that
hold
one.
onto. So no zone for Willow. Again, the judges will confirm all this later.
So out on Boulder 1, the new climbers that we have are Jamie Jenkins for the boys, part of the precision climbing team. He made semis at Quest this year.
Yeah.
Semi-finals at Quest.
He's climbing really well
Really
this year.
pleased with.
He also went to Portugal with the GB team,
He did indeed.
finishing 23rd, which is as we
Very
said
strong
earlier,
performance.
23rd in the European competition.
Maya Patel from Westway squad on the female 1. She won the BLCCs in 2021, so we'll potentially be hoping to do well in the bouldering event as well. She wanted a shout out to her mum for driving her to all her comps and things. She's very appreciative of her mum. Said her mum couldn't be here to watch, so she'll be watching the live stream.
Hi there, Mum.
Hi, mum.
Maya
Josh
also
is also
practices with, she's a squad member with Willow. They've
Train
been
together.
training together for a long, long time. And we should also mention, because Maya is wearing a Catalyst t-shirt, she also works with Louis at the Catalyst, in the Catalyst setup.
Josh managing that first jumpy move. Looking good. Oh, wow. I think that was the second attempt from Josh.
That's exactly how you do it. Amazing how,
Easily.
yeah.
He
I
looks
think
so
it was
comfy.
the height of the hips was able to get him into a
He really rocked over
brace
his
with the
feet,
right
doesn't
hand.
he?
Yeah,
Solid effort.
yeah, very impressive.
Good that he managed to not take any maybe disappointment he had from the first boulder, which was obviously really tough. Into the second, he just got on with it and saw it as a new boulder, and yeah.
Each one has to be taken as a fresh, doesn't it?
Exactly. Really impressive.
First boulder is very, very challenging for the boys. Be interesting. Looking forward to seeing how Toby and Jack tackle it later.
See if Grace can get this jump on the second girls boulder as well. Jamie making progress on the first men's boulder. Come on, Jamie.
This is where
Going for the zone.
minimise the adjustments. That's where we've seen.
Oh no!
Again, there's a slight adjustment on his left hand that was the cost.
Slightly just weighting his hands a bit too much, and then his feet both went, and yeah.
Yeah, we're not rescuing that.
See if Maya can work out the start of the girls' boulder, which we've also not seen too much success on.
We're definitely seeing similar cruxes, aren't we, on each of the
Yeah.
repeated boulders now. Crux being the challenging point for people to overcome, obviously. So Grace preparing herself for the quick move, dynamic move up to the,
Come on,
the zone
Grace.
hold.
Oh, she looks close. And this will be a really tough situation for the girls because they'll have struggled on both first and second boulder, and then they may come out to their third boulder and recognise it if they watch the stream from the youth beats earlier. So it'll be good to see if anyone's really still got the psych for all the boulders after maybe 2 disappointing times. See if they've still got motivation and the
Will they have been in
positivity.
isolation through the B girls?
Halfway
final?
through the B girls final, they'll have gone into isolation, so they might have seen a few people on it. They might not know Lucy would have topped it though.
Yeah. Down to the last 20 seconds. Oh, we have a
Yes,
catch.
Grace.
We have a catch from Grace.
Come
There's
on.
a zone. So that's
Let's
the
see if
furthest
she
we've managed to
can-
progress.
Oh, she's going to run out of time.
Sadly, not enough time.
Oh no. That's so disappointing.
It's doable, Hannah.
It's going to go.
Doable. So Jack McDougall enters
And-
the fray.
Anya Mimu.
Anya's from High Sports Brighton.
She is indeed. Very strong competitor. She won the English Bouldering Championships, first comp of this season, so she's on form. Jack, also very much on form. He just won his first European Youth Cup out in Portugal.
Should underline that. He went away to Europe, to Portugal, and won, representing Great Britain. Phenomenal achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. He also won the Senior British League Climbing Championships last year, so
feel
he's
like
a
he's
really
won
good
quite a lot.
all-rounder. Good all-rounder. So yeah, it's good to see
And
him.
brother of Faye, who we saw in the...
Asked Jack for a fun fact, and he said, "I'm not fun." So,
I think these climbers need to work on their fun facts, don't you?
yeah, the UCs were great. The older ones just don't have the fun facts.
What's your depressing fact?
See Wello on this girl's boulder.
Right, so we know this is toppable. Lucy pulled it off. We described it as a long, powerful boulder. And Lucy told me that actually the journey up to the zone, once you get past that, she found that it was pretty straightforward.
A long way to the zone.
Straightforward for Lucy. Might not be
Straightforward for Lucy, straightforward for not that many people. See if Anya can make progress on the girls' first boulder.
I think we might have a zone. First zone on. So Jack, male 1 with a zone.
Just falling off, slipping off after that. See if Oscar can do what Josh did on this second boulder as well. So
Big
first,
powerful move from Oscar coming up. Can he get his hips high enough?
come on, Oscar.
Yes.
Nicely done.
Brilliant.
Solid.
That is it. It's the speed and momentum into that move, isn't it?
Gotta
To be able
go
to catch
quickly.
and brace yourself with a straight, strong arm.
And you're trying something a bit different.
I've not seen any joy on this female one yet.
No, still no progress, but this is very tricky. Don't look comfy. See Willow. Come on, Willow. Struggling to get out of that roof section.
We saw that a lot, didn't we, as well in the
Yeah.
female B.
Lots of slips in there. There's so much tension between your arms in that position. Jack knows he can get the zone, so he'll be going on to this to make it a bit further. A bit of confidence. Come on, Jack.
The thing about this boulder is once you get the zone, you've still got a lot of work to do.
Feet just slipping slightly on those volumes as he's trying to move.
See if Anya can navigate. No.
Izzy Hitchinson just holding the jump on female 2 as well. So that means she's got the zone. See if she can finish it off.
Female 2. Isabella is edging her way up. One move away from the top.
Come on,
On
Izzy.
female 2. You're watching Jack attempt for the zone, but we've got Izzy really close to the top here.
Oh, just missing the last move.
So another big move, isn't it?
Will she go for another shot? See if Jack can get this zone. Good. Come on, Jack.
He did the hard work on the first attempt.
Still going.
That's not one you
Just
can rush the
nothing
end
else,
of.
no. Not one to try and slide in another attempt on that. We have our last climbers coming out.
Wow.
So we have in the women's Emma Edwards and men's Toby Roberts. Toby has already had an amazing season. He was second in Quest this year. Really
right.
famous competition, so he's definitely on form. I asked Toby for a fun fact and he wouldn't give me one, so his dad told me that he's watched 23 seasons of South Park this year.
All in isolation.
If you're wondering how to get strong, South Park seems to be the way.
Well, he was second in the world combined, second in the combined event for the World Championships last year in Russia as well. So another phenomenal achievement on that.
Toby's
world stage.
very modest. He doesn't like talking about his good comp results.
Well, that's our job.
Emma
If
as
he's gonna
well.
do it, we're going to talk about it.
Emma's very strong. She's on the depot squad. She was second in the English Bouldering Championships at the start of this season. And also went out to represent Great Britain at the recent CYC and came 20th.
Wow.
Shout out to her dog Nero.
Climbers and their dogs.
Climbers and the dog.
Grace actually got really nicely through that early part of female 3. Well, risky, wobbly and uncertain, I think, were the words used by the setter for male 1, and it's
Proving to be just that.
proving, yes, exactly.
It's Jamie Jenkins and men's 2.
Oh, I did that a bit more slowly.
More statically than the others, but
Yeah,
still
and
successful.
good finish.
Well done, Jamie.
All about body position. Right, come on, Emma. Going to show us the way on this female 1.
Want someone to get the zone at least. Come on, Toby.
Watching with bated breath. When I saw this first male one, my eyes popped out of my head, and I'm glad it wasn't just me. It's actually living up to its initial impression.
Grace,
Come on, Grace.
can you get the zone on this? Come on, Grace. She's looking for a knee bar there, almost to try and get a bit of relief for her arm.
But she had a really nice position there.
Joss just brushing men's 3 as well, which I've not really seen that much of actually, men's boulder 3. Toby still trying to balance his way along the slab. Come on, Toby.
Okay, that would be a zone for...
Looking really good. Come on, Toby.
Oh,
That was my fault.
yeah. Still no room for adjustment when you get up there. I
Nope.
think the tempo of this climb does not change. Sometimes you get to the zone and it gets a little clearer. Sometimes it just
Slow and steady all the way.
Yeah. Grace seems to have got this first part. It'd be nice to see her get through.
See if Maya can get this jump as well.
Just able to watch her live there. The left hand was fully on the hold and the right hand is missing it. You probably need to catch that with 2 fingers on each hand on the shelf of that hold. Not
He's
a lot
Joss
of
on
room
men's
for her.
3. Not been able to look at this one too much.
No, we haven't seen
really
it.
physical.
Yeah, burly with the
Yeah.
big burly holds. Still technical. Hopefully we'll get a good view of that one at some point. With these big holds, there's lots to hold up from underneath, but not a lot to stand on when you get above them, because of the angle that they're at and the angle of the wall combined.
Oh, Grace just losing that hold there. She looked really solid.
Up to that point, she looks really comfortable.
Right, 10 seconds left for everybody.
It's a long way to the zone again on female 3, isn't it? So a zone for Toby and a zone for Jack and 1.
Neck and neck.
Jack's out brushing male 2.
And we've got climbers on boulder 4 now as well. Willow and Reese on their final boulder. Toby looking pretty tired after a slab. Didn't look like a very relaxing one.
So as a reminder, I was told that it's male 4 that Reese is on at the moment. Ordinarily fresh and with good skin. They expect most climbers to deal with it quite well. He called it a simple climb, but a very complex beginning.
After a very tough boulder 3 where I think all of them were climbing for the full 5 minutes, they will probably be pretty tired by the time we get to boulder 4. So it'll be good to see who's got...
This is the plan for the setter. They still want to give you a chance on boulder 4, but they're still not going to make it easy for you.
Yeah.
Not at this level.
Anya and Izzy. Let's see if Izzy can work her way through this. She's so physically strong. I think this could be a good boulder for her.
Yeah.
Come on, Izzy.
You might need to get your feet out of there.
Anya can do this jump as well. Come on, Anya. Nicely
That's
done.
the 2
from
fingers on each
Anya.
hand on that. Very small hold.
Let's see if she can get this top bit done.
Plenty of time now.
Lots of time. She got that done very quickly. Come on, Anya. Oh, just losing that
Temptation
hold.
is to go, isn't it? Once you've got the hand on the zone, the next one feels like stepping up, but I feel like they have to work their way up that zone hold a
I
little.
think they might have to bump their hand up a little bit and try and minimise the distance they've got to move.
Looks like a long way.
Absolutely.
All eyes on Izzy on the camera.
Come on, Izzy.
Definitely using something to secure herself in there, isn't she?
Come on.
Yeah, I think the previous approach was... You can see how much the boys are battling.
He's just struggling with that really complex start on the fourth boulder.
It is an interesting start. I had to ask what their intention for the start is, because the 2 feet are quite far left, and then there's almost like a pinchy boulder. You can actually see that he's crossing his hands, his right hand on the left side of the hold, and the left hand on the right side of the hold, in order to then pull his elbows apart to create the traction to hold him in place there, and then having to move off from that position.
Willow's done the jump on the fourth boulder. See if she can...
You know, this is the zone hold if she can get the next move.
She's struggling there. Anya's done the jump again.
Is that muscle memory showing up again?
Is he still fighting as well? Come on, Anya. Right at the bottom of that hold. She was moving it a little bit higher. Give herself a bit more space as well.
Sorry, a little pause there for commentator selfies.
Anya just trying to move really quickly through those last moves.
So Anya with the zone.
She got the zone. I think it was on her first, maybe second zone.
She definitely
Very
got it
quickly.
early, didn't she? Which is possibly going to help.
Let's see Toby on this one. This seems to be the toppable one of the set for the boys. Oh,
Straight onto the zone.
one-legged hop. That was cool. He
As
didn't even
expected.
make that look like it was there, did he?
No,
Wow.
that made it look like everybody could climb it. It's a mark of a talented climber.
Easy.
Flash for Toby Roberts.
If Joss can work at the start of Mintz 4, maybe he was struggling a little bit.
You can see better from this angle that the 2 hands on that, which is to the right of both footholds.
Really difficult start position that.
I think Grace has had a good battle on this, on these climbs, and quite excited to see what she can do on this fourth boulder.
Yeah, we saw the B girls on this fourth boulder. A few of them topped it, so it is toppable. Yeah, it's been a really hard girls set actually, only a few zones. Come on, Emma.
You can see Joss's wry smile. That just
At least he's having a good time.
sometimes smiling at the boulder makes it more welcoming next time you approach it, perhaps.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I think in the girls, zone on boulder 2 is pretty much the most anyone's really got. And the last boulder, the zone is possible. Quite a lot of the B's got it. But yeah, top's very, very rare.
Going to come to the wire. There, lovely.
Nicely done, Emma. Let's see if she can finish it off. Get a top.
She's already a little higher than Anya was on
Yeah.
that next hold.
No, just almost pushing herself off the back foot. Jamie on min 3, giving it a brush. Not an awful lot of progress on that boulder either.
We really haven't seen that much of it. So where we're sat, we can just see, we can be able to see when they get quite high on that red hole. And I've not seen any heads pop out there yet. Big and burly and 3. Simple but complex and 4. And we know, we've seen what needs to happen on the female 4. And hopefully Grace can execute. She has the dyno. I'm going to make her wait and just see her feet in the picture. Unforgiving British Bouldering Championships.
Very much so. Come on, Emma. Nice.
Got that again.
Jamie heading up. Oh, just really struggling with that crimp.
Yeah, Emma's where she was last time. She's got her foot in a better position that time.
So close. That's the closest we've seen.
That is, yeah, I thought that was
1 minute
one
left.
hand on. Probably one more big go for Emma. Oh. Do we have a zone on? Yes, I think that would be a zone.
Yep, Grace has a zone.
For Grace.
Moving up towards the last part
Get
of
to
the boulder.
that small crimp.
Come on, Grace. Fighting.
We know she needs to stand up inside that basin where her right foot is.
Come on, Grace.
And there's a small handhold that she'll have to
Nice. Come on.
switch on.
Oh, no. Sliding out.
Close but no cigar, I think is the phrase.
Yeah.
Maya yet to progress out of the cave on female 3. Maya walks away.
Come on, Emma. Trying to get
For the
tight.
final one.
Oh, no.
Oh, she's so close.
Oh. So we won't see a toss on that boulder either. The women.
So currently, 2 zones on that one so far.
I think so. Yeah.
It's very, very, very tight.
See if Jack can make some headway on min 3. It's a really tough UK final.
Looks like it's going to come down to attempts and zones at the moment, unless we see a top. There's a few boys on one top. See how Jack handles on 3. Again, his left foot approaching the black tape there, which we know is out of bounds. Going well inside it. We have some very interesting hand positions. He's compressing himself upwards, pushing upwards in order to try and navigate a body change. Left foot change. This is the zone. I'm questioning whether he can actually see the next hold.
I'm not sure he can.
Slightly round the
Come
corner
on, Jack.
from him.
Oh, just getting his
Slotted the
fingers
fingers
into
in.
that slot.
Wonderful, Jack.
Come on, Jack.
This is looking, and
Come on. The slot again for the last hold, so you've got to
gonna
be
go for
accurate.
it. Does he need to get his feet higher? He's going to go for it.
No, just missing the finger slot.
That is
tragic.
almost cruel.
Really harsh.
A jump around a big volume to slot his fingers into the gap there.
He's still got about 3 minutes, so he's got plenty of time.
He's got Izzy on
Is he getting the zone on
the zone.
girls 4?
She is. Again,
See if he
cutting
can
loose.
finish it off.
Looking for that, relying on that strength to pull herself up and stand up inside that. What do we
Come
call
on,
these
Izzy.
holes? I've been calling them basins, probably should just stick with that.
I call them teardrop things, to be really
Because they
specific.
make you cry.
Because, well, potentially, yes.
I think we're going to have a top here. She can stabilise this. She can hold her body still. Oh, fantastic. Well done.
First top of the girls' final.
Well, that puts her currently in first place.
Absolutely. Hopefully
Worth
we'll
the
see
wait.
a
It's
few
a
more.
perfect example as to why you can't let previous boulders hold you back.
Exactly. Always a
Fantastic.
chance the last one's toppable. Oscar's really struggling with this, just like the other boys before him. I think the complexity is really throwing them off. Come on, Oscar. No, just not finding a comfy position to pull on.
So for viewers, does that class as an attempt?
I would say not, because his foot didn't leave the ground. So if all your body parts leave the ground, then it would class an attempt. Even if you sort of hop on and instantly come off again, it would still be an attempt. But if you keep one foot on the ground throughout, that won't be an attempt.
Often the focus is not to hop about, isn't it? To
Exactly.
try and get on a hold, which is important for the younger climbers to register early.
Yeah, it's good to get into the habit of not hopping around at the start of boulders.
So Jack
If
has
Jack
1
can do
minute
this now.
to go.
Come on, Jack. Get this last move done.
The strength of those arms bent. Right hand into the partially visible hold.
Come on, Jack.
And up. Can he get up into the slot? Yes, he's got it.
Nice,
Can
come
he
on.
finish? Can he finish?
Nicely done, Jack.
Nicely done.
Solid. That's 2 tops for Jack and a zone on the first boulder as well.
Flying,
Doing
as
really well.
expected. You don't come first place in a European competition for nothing.
Oscar just running out of time on that one.
We have Toby coming out on M3, Emma on female 3, Jamie Jenkins tackling the 4th male boulder, and Maya the 4th female boulder. Maya looking for some joy on the 4th. It'd be a great shot there. You could see Jamie just grimacing at the holes, trying to get hold of that start on the 4th.
See if Emma can get the zone on this boulder. Looking good. Come on, Emma. Oh,
She got that was her first attempt, I think, so probably, hopefully she can continue to navigate the first part of that boulder, which seems to be the most problematic. Maya has the zone on the 4. You can see her in the top corner of the screen there, just going out, but progresses no further.
Toby can get through this red like Jack.
And Toby's looking to compress high up into that boulder again.
Come on, Toby.
Inching his way across, partially visible hold.
Got straight into that slot. Come on, Toby.
Oh, it's an incredible heel hook.
Wow.
Statically into the top hold. Can he finish?
Wow.
Perfect.
He made that look easy.
Right. Second attempt.
Not actually sure, you know.
I
Very
have a feeling
quick.
it was second, but it was quick. Time on the clock.
Still 2 minutes 30 to go. Come on, Emma. I'm going to see one of the girls get the bonus on this zone on the climb.
Yeah, this is turning out to be the challenging move. Come on, Emma. She's got it. Oh, couldn't hang on. I do enjoy the instant reaction that happens when you come off.
Yeah.
There's either a shake of the head or a rush to get back on, or
Grab the brush quick.
the grimacy smile. Maya on female 4, about to enter the dyno.
Jamie starting on men's 4 as well. Maya's done the jump. Come on, Maya. Nicely done by Maya. Come on. She's only got about 10 seconds left. She'll need to climb fast. Come on, Maya. Oh, just running out of time there. Oh, she looks gutted.
A valiant attempt. I think she's struggling a little bit with her wrist, I think. Put themselves through such adversity in these comps. So, Anya for female 4.
For female 4 and Jack for men's 4. See how they get on. Anya must be doing pretty well in this competition. She got the zone on boulder 2 pretty quickly.
Yeah, and
So if she can get the zone here, she'll be doing well.
the point being, getting an early zone is what's putting her ahead at the moment. Or not ahead, because we've got Isabella with the top here. So the top here for Anya could put her in a very good position. See how Jack navigates this tough start.
Doesn't look too sure about the start position, so he's taking his time. So Anya just stabbing the floor a little bit there. On climbs like that, when we say dab, we mean if you scuff the floor when your legs are swinging, you must come off the boulder. You're not allowed to stay on.
The floor is no longer in once you've begun. And you readied herself.
Nice, Anya.
Catch. Fantastic. Into the heel hook. The beater has been really consistent, hasn't it, on this?
Yeah.
Not a lot
Same
of
for
choice.
pretty much every climber. Guess when you're
So-
given no other feet, it's not
Yeah,
much choice.
exactly.
Jack just struggling with the start of. Jack
And you
struggling
can
with the
stand
start
up
of
here.
that
You've
boulder.
got yourself in a really strong position.
Come on,
Breaking
Anya.
with that left leg and
Nice.
a two-handed finish. Brilliant.
That's really good from Anya.
As I said, that puts her in a really strong position, I
Yeah,
think.
she has a top and an extra zone.
Right, Jack.
See if Jack can
Show
get
us
this done.
how it's done.
Come on, Jack. Nice.
Okay, we're off.
Let's see it. So difficult.
Actually, when I was stood there with Alex, the head setter, I said, how are they supposed to hold that hold? And he implied he was intending it for it to be a left hand, so Jack went with his right hand there.
Left hand shoulder. That's what was
His left hand
intended.
really close to your shoulder, elbow pointing out to the left. That's going to be the position that was intended. Obviously, the intention of that would facilitate their movement onwards from there. But at this point, we're just looking to get hold of anything, I suppose.
Come on, Jack. Still committing with that right hand.
Oh, so that's what Alex said, but as I watch it, I'm wondering how on earth that would be possible. He's not rushing. He knows he needs to take his time. Knows he needs all the energy he can get. And now he knows he has 1 minute remaining. Really complex start.
Come on, Jack. Just not quite holding that. Got about 30 seconds left. He could probably get another good attempt in. His last boulder, after all. Come on, Jack. Struggling again.
It's interesting to me that the setters felt that fresh they would find this quite straightforward.
Yeah, looking at them and the way they're struggling on it, it's hard to imagine any of them flashing it now.
Yeah. Even fresh.
Last climbers in the category, we have Emma and Toby on the final boulders. That's flown by.
Hasn't it? So we know Emma needs a top to be in contention.
She does have a zone on boulder 2, just like Anya, so it would come down to attempts if she were to top.
Is Isabella zone on 2? I don't think so.
I'm not sure. I don't think I saw her.
Is she the one I said did and then we corrected? Maybe.
Potentially, yeah.
Not an obvious start again for Toby. Definitely making them think.
Come on, Toby. I want to see somebody get through this. And get a zone.
Interesting on the inside.
Go on, Emma. Getting that jump
Toby
comfortably.
managing to switch hands on that nub on the inside of the track.
Wow. Both of them making good progress. Toby going for that left hand that Alex was talking about, reading it right.
Thank you for showing us the way, Mr. Roberts. And we're working her way up past the zone, female 4.
Come on, Emma.
Small, crimpy hold with her right hand. Can she stand up inside the teardrop?
Come on, Emma. Oh, she's looking good. Come on.
Looking to get her left foot in. Oh,
Oh, just
and the
nearly
heel up to
wobbling, but
stabilise.
come on, Emma.
Hopeful for a top here.
Nicely done. Solid
Fantastic.
effort from her.
Well, I'm really looking
So-
forward to seeing the outcome of this.
It's going to be tight.
Yeah, 3 girls topping female 4.
All eyes on Toby. See if we can get a zone or a top on this one. Still got 2.5 minutes, over 2.5 minutes. Come on, Toby.
For that match
So
and
physical.
switch hands again.
Come on, Toby.
Oh, we're going left hand. Yeah.
Nice, Toby,
Shoulder.
come on.
Yes,
That's the zone for Toby.
as described. That's going to put Toby into the lead.
That's for Toby. Come on, Toby. Finish it off.
Oh, what?
Wow, come on. Oh, wow. Solid effort. So Toby will now be in the lead on that because he has an extra zone that Jack doesn't have. So the result won't change even if Toby tops now.
But I have to remember how old these kids are.
Yeah, the youth A's are generally 17, 16. So still young.
Incredible.
So experienced, some of them though.
Yeah. And Toby's achieving some great outdoor climbing grades as well, isn't he? So not just a boulderer.
Yeah. Also his indoor lead results. I mean, I think in the 2019, was that long ago? And Toby was in Youth B, he was European Bouldering Champion and Vice European Lead Climbing Champion. So second in the Lead Championship, so consistent.
As you say, such huge amounts of experience built up already at such a young age. Great to see. He's looking at the clock, see how long he has left. Seconds.
Come on, Toby. Come on, Toby. 10 seconds to go. Come on. Nice. Come on. Oh. That's a good
Valiant
effort.
effort.
Well deserved.
Wow. Another incredible set of boulders for both male and female A there.
Absolutely. Really tough final for both, but really strong performances.
Dare we guess the female result? It'll come down to a tenth.
I'm
doesn't
not
it?
sure. It will come down to a tenth between Anya and Emma, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
And you definitely got what felt like a quick zone, like you said. We'll see. It's not up to us.
We shall see. Just for everyone watching information, the times for the junior final have changed. The live stream for the junior final will begin at 4:30 now, with climbing starting at 4:40, as opposed to, I think earlier it was due to be 4:45 start, so a good bit earlier.
So same as previously, we'll just be in the appeals window.
Absolutely. So yeah, we'll just be waiting for any decisions that people want to question to come through, and then they'll announce the results and do the podiums. And then very quickly we'll start the junior final.
Good afternoon, everyone. Results are now available online via the QR code for your deliberation. The appeal window is open for 5 minutes now, and we will immediately, therefore, go to podiums. Thank you. Okie dokie, everybody, we're about to do the podiums for the Youth A finals. Obviously, you'll need to come a bit closer to get these wonderful pictographs of me. So if you want to come in here, I have no problem. Could I please have Isabella, Anya and Emma over here? Jamie, Jack and Toby, please. Jamie, Jack and Toby, where are you? Could somebody find Toby for me, please? Toby Roberts, to the bagging area, please. Toby Roberts. There's a final call for Toby Roberts. I found Toby. Okay, so we're about to do the presentation for Youth A, following that thrilling final. It's quite dangerous up here, actually, it wobbles. A couple of things for me, obviously, before I kick off. So, one, obviously, to Mile End for hosting us this weekend. It's been absolutely fantastic, and they've been absolutely wonderful hosts. The weather played a wee bit in that, I think, as well. Look at the can. To the route setting team who have absolutely nailed it yesterday and then again today, so thank you very much to the setting team. You're absolutely wonderful people. And the personal one from me to the judges, timekeepers, isolation, and everybody else that helps make me sane throughout the weekend. So thank you very much. So without further ado, let's get on. So Youth A female in third place, Isabella. In second place, Anya. And in first place, it's Emma. Yes, thank you very much, ladies. Well done. Youth A male in third place, it's Jamie. In second place, it's Jack. And in first place, it's Toby. Thanks everybody, we will be starting juniors at 4:30 for observation, and 10 minutes later we will start climbing. See you then, cheers, bye.
Hello and welcome back to the last final for today, which is the junior category male and female final. We have 6 competitors in boys. We have 5 in the women, as Erin McNeese, our first place qualifier, has pulled out of this event, so won't be competing. But we still have 5 really strong finalists. So do we want to go through the finalists?
Sure. So qualifying first for the male junior yesterday was Dayan Akhtar, followed by Chris Cathari in second, Daniel Smith in third, Zach Brown came fourth, Joe Ziveras in fifth, and Conrad Gowland in sixth. Again, we'll update you more on them as we go through the climbs.
And in the women's, Erin obviously qualified in first but will not be competing. So we have Flo Brailsford, who qualified in second place. We have Katie Fisher, who qualified in third place. Emma Futcher qualified in fourth place. Connie Rollins in fifth place. And Niamh Doran in sixth place.
So, under 20s category, 18 and 19-year-olds, many of them studying and climbing. The top age group that we'll see, hence the last final today.
These guys will be competing on very similar boulders to the category before, the UK final, with some small adjustments being made. But yeah, these guys are all at quite a different stage of their life, I would say, to the other competitors we've had. A lot of them have moved away from home and are studying at university, or are in their final year of school doing their A-levels, so maybe have quite a lot going on as well, which can be quite stressful and interrupt training as well.
Yep, which you'll know all about, Hannah, first-hand experience, because you're focusing on your studying.
Yeah, exactly. So I know, like Flo, for example, works and studies and trains at the same time, so she's definitely got a very busy life, and I know a lot of the other athletes are the same. Yeah, we get to see how they get on these boulders, especially since the category before is still also tried these similar blocks. So yeah, it'd be good to see if they can match Toby and Jack and the boys.
Yeah. We know we have also some experience of seniors at this level, competing at senior level as well. So really nice to see them competing at the junior level British Championships.
For a lot of these guys as well, the ones that are old in the junior category, it will be their last ever chance to be Junior British Bouldering Champion, which is quite a big deal for a lot of them. So
I bet
we'll have some sentimental value too for when they go off into the senior competitions.
Yeah. I've often wondered what happens at that stage. Is it how it carries on into adult? But there's plenty of adult and senior competition, isn't there, for them to move on to?
Yeah, absolutely. That transition's quite difficult. So yeah, they're going to be forced into the senior category in 1 or 2 years' time. So these are sort of their last chances to refine it in finals at junior competitions before they're in with the big guns.
And some of them are looking like big guns themselves, as we'll see today.
These guys also know each other very, very well. These climbers will have been competing against each other or with each other for some of them potentially about 6 or 7 years. So yeah, very familiar with each other.
Very familiar, strong competition, lots of camaraderie. And as you see, we also have in the male, is it 4 or 5 of them are a GB team? Or
So I think it is 5, yeah. All 5. I think Zach is the only one who wasn't, but he has been on the GB team in the past,
okay.
Still has GB experience.
And Conrad, it's his first season in the GB team.
I think it's Chris's first as well, so some very big range as well. Dayan had his first year last year and did really, really well at some comps, and we'll mention some of his amazing results later. And then Joe and Daniel have been on the team for quite a few years now. And the girls as well, some very new climbers. Flo and Connie are on their first year on the team. Emma has been on the team before and is on this year as well. Niamh and Katie not on the team, but have some very strong results recently from both of them. They both made this final, and Katie's made a few recent finals as well. So yeah, good mix of the field.
So any thought? We don't actually know what adjustments have been made yet on the boulders, but they are very similar. So any thoughts on why they're not wholesale changes at this level, whereas obviously between C and B we saw complete changes for instance?
I think once the climbers hit Youth A, a lot of them are fully developed and so can climb to a similar standard that the junior athletes can. The route setters will have made some adjustments, sometimes based on the results of the Youth A category. We obviously saw in the women's it was a particularly hard round, so I wouldn't be surprised if some changes have been made to almost make it a little bit easier for the girls, but then again, maybe not.
Certainly from a viewing perspective, more tops would be is more
Preferable.
satisfactory, yeah, for sure. But what we saw was a very, very tight final, which came down to zones, tops, and attempts. So yeah, I'm just seeing Emma's face there as she turns around and looks at her friends like, "What?" Yeah. Again, they're all very together as they sit on the mats. Jamie escorting them off.
First out on Boulder 1 will be Niamh Doran and Conrad Gowland. See how they get on. I think the slabs were really tricky for the Youth A's, so we'll see how the juniors get on with
As far as
them.
I can see, there's no adjustment on male 1. We know how tough that was for the A athletes. And similarly, no adjustments on female 1, which we know how tough that was for the A athletes as well.
There's the athletes just getting ready to climb. They'll quite often bring quite a big bag of stuff out with them, just in case they need it during the final, because they actually end up being out there for about 40 minutes, so it's quite a long time.
Got their bag of tricks. Anything, what did you find essential
Oh,
for your bag of tricks when you were competing?
lots of water, snacks, sugary snacks to give you a little bit of a boost halfway through, tape in case you bleed, and yeah, some people bring fans that
I
you
was
can
going to
see
say,
Niamh
you've
has.
got a fan there.
Very useful in hot, humid conditions.
Do you think that's to cool her down or to cool the hands down?
A bit of both.
Yeah.
It'll be, sometimes she'll use it maybe on her face, give her a bit of a breeze, but yeah, skin obviously will be important
Yeah.
too. Right, let's see them get off.
Here we go.
Niamh's coming off a long way for this event. She's from Dundee, so awfully long way. Conrad's from Cambridge, but he trains with Catalyst, so probably comes to London quite regularly.
Yep, he'll be found in Harrow Wall in London with Louis Parkinson every Sunday. Louis informed me he was once the Catalyst climbing team captain.
Fun fact Niamh gave me was she nearly got hit by a car on the way here. Good to know she made it.
And that's a fun fact.
Apparently. The juniors all just handed me a sheet with all their fun facts on it, so yeah, I'm just reading them for the first time myself. Conrad said he speaks fluent French.
My exchanges with Conrad, they've been quite philosophical, so I think he's a philosophical chap as well.
Yeah, he's been talking to me because I coach the dev squad and Conrad's on the dev squad. He's been talking to me about applying to university and he's hoping to study philosophy.
Oh, really?
I think so.
My sense was spot on. Now, can you philosophise your way through the first boulder?
Probably means he's a very calm person, which might help him on this
Externally.
slab.
Right, we are looking for some joy on these boulders, aren't we, today?
The instant look of being uncomfortable on these slabs is very relatable.
Conrad's already taking his time. Remember this morning we were saying how the boundless energy, wasn't it, of the C category, where they'll just keep going and going. But the experience and also the knowledge and understanding their bodies as they do as they get older, you'll see them be a bit more respectful of their rest time.
I remember last year in the Youth World Championships, Lucy Garlick took, I think, 19 attempts on her first boulder in qualification.
Wow.
So yeah, Lots of attempts in the younger categories, fewer attempts as you get older, generally speaking.
She seems to just need fewer attempts these days. Well, Lucy leaves a mark, doesn't she? Because we're still talking about her 3 rounds later.
Absolutely. She's done very well at some senior competitions this year as well, so yeah, she's up there with these guys. But halfway through their time now, both still struggling with these start positions that many of the youth A's struggled with as well.
Again, we're at that stage where you wonder, is it rest? Do they think they can do it? Are they saving themselves for later? We both said when we saw this one initially, which I'm sure their reaction was also similar, at just how challenging it was going to be.
Yeah, probably also partly just trying to look at the boulder again and see, have I missed anything? Is it really that hard? Or trying to look at it and work out the best way for them to do it. But yeah, the fact that there's another category having climbed on these before, they will well be able to see where the chop marks are and things, so what parts of the hold have been used, which can help as well.
Although not many have been used on these two, have they?
No.
But we also said earlier that coming out first normally you can have a nice clean hold, whereas that's not the case, as it's a brushing still a necessity at this point.
Conrad just not really finding anything to grip onto on those volumes. So I'm trying to crimp the side, which is what I think most of the climbers who managed to get established on that hold in the Youth 8 boys managed to do. Me pulling on for another shot.
Was that heel there earlier?
I think that foothold has been
addition,
added. Try and make this transition a little easier for the girls.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Neve. And that's the zone on the girls' boulder.
That's the first zone we've seen on there today, but as we said, that addition of the heel definitely makes that a bit more accessible.
Come on, Neve.
Still work to be done.
Still very difficult after that, but good to see a zone. Hopefully we'll get to see a top, because the top of this boulder looks quite cool. I'm keen to see
using
it.
the screw hold.
20 seconds left. Neve trying to get back up to that zone quickly. It's not a boulder you want to try and climb fast though.
Right, so we're still seeing the same there with Conrad. Any adjustment on those blue holds is punishing. So I think we decided that very specific and accurate start is required.
Out now we have Connie Rollins and Joe Zaberas. Connie's from Bristol. Her fun fact she's written down is, people think I'm 12.
That is a fun fact.
Joe is also a very experienced competition climber. He's been around for years. He was in the Youth World Championship semi-final last year in Russia and came 18th in the bouldering event. His fun fact is, he says he's the heaviest IFSC competitor.
Raises an interesting thought, but we've talked about height and strength and weight. Do you think weight is a factor?
Definitely on slabs, like being able to keep your weight through your feet is a really good aid.
So you can actually put your weight through your feet sometimes, can't you? When you
helps you stay on.
Advantages and disadvantages.
Absolutely.
Those low heels we talked about. Really needs some friction through there so he can rely less on his hands.
Come on, Joe. I was judging in qualification yesterday, and I was judging a slab boulder for the junior males, and Joe climbed it very successfully, looking really good on slabby terrain. So be good to see how he gets on with this blue one. Connie just struggling to get established on this girls' boulder. Come on, Connie.
A bit like we had the toe hook on the right volume earlier, and the toe hook on the left. It still looks like it's a bit distracting.
Yeah, I think it's trying to make himself feel a bit more comfortable in a very uncomfortable position, but it almost distracts him, as you say, from the actual
Taking him away
sequence of
from
the
what
boulder.
needs to be doing, yeah.
It will help him feel comfortable for a few seconds, but it probably won't get him any further along the boulder, other than being able to match that big slopey hold.
A comfortable position, not always being the most useful. Wobbly, uncertain and risky. The setter described these two boulders as. They were not wrong. Trying something new. Gonna hear the 1 minute buzzer. Unforgiving. Boulders 1.
About 30 seconds left. Joe's probably got one more attempt in him. Connie going on for a last attempt as well.
Come on, Connie.
Connie looking good. Oh, losing that. If she'd had a bit more time, I think she might have made that progress. Joe just brushing the hole just before he left.
Very kind of
Pretty
it.
decent to the other competitors. So see them on next competitors on boulder 1 and some new competitors on boulder 2. Out on the first boulders we now have Emma Fitcher, who's from London but is studying in Nottingham.
Another Westway climber.
Yeah. And Zach Brown, who climbs in Warwick on the boys boulder. Conrad just dropping that last jump in boulder 2. Neve nearly sticking the jump on women's boulder 2 as well.
Let's see how Conrad, second attempt at male 2. Successfully established on the zone.
Come on, Conrad.
Oh,
he's
he's
close.
He's close to that, is Conrad.
He is close. I think he'll need it.
I think he'll overcome
one
that
more
one.
attempt.
It'll be a big up for him if he can capture that one.
See if Zach can work out this slab. Zach's fun fact is another car one, saying he crashed into his sister's car the day after he passed his test.
There's a certain morbidity to junior level climbing's fun level of fun fact.
It's all about car crashes.
Come on, Conrad. Give you a big boost if you can make this.
Come on, Conrad.
That's
oh, he's close.
Exactly the technique. He's super close. Just needs to get his hips in closer to the wall. Centre of mass away from the wall, pulling him away from the optimal position in that hold.
Zach just struggling to get any grip off that big sloper. Emma's just trying to be a little bit too dynamic on the girls F1 as well. Just need to slow down a little bit and be composed. Emma qualified for the final at the Senior British League Climbing Championships last year, so she's already making that transition into the senior competitions, which is really good to see.
Nice to see Conrad enjoying his attack here. Standing up composed at the start with his Zen fingers.
Neve still struggling on the jump on female 2.
Oh, so close, Conrad. Conrad. So
there's Neve trying on female boulder 2. See if she can get this jump. Oh, she's close.
Very close. Again.
Really close. She's got about just under a minute.
Conrad. We took the camera off Conrad, and finally he's
Top
made
boulder 2.
He's made boulder 2. Looked like he was going to get it all the way through that. It was just a matter of getting that move finally right. That'll give him a big boost going into the rest of the final.
Come on, Neve. See if she can get this done.
Both hands on the little hold in the zone is what she's looking for.
Come on, Neve. Oh, she's so
goodness
close.
Me.
Is she going to go for another attempt?
Yeah.
Yes. Come on.
Emma's
still struggling with that start. So. Oh, so unlucky for Neve.
Frustrating.
Good to see a top from Conrad on boulder 2 though. Right, now we have, coming out, is the 3rd place from Qualification, is Katie Fisher. And in the boys, we have Daniel Smith, who happens to be my younger brother.
I'm hoping for lots of favouritism and pure bias.
Let's see if Joe can do boulder 2 as well. Conrad's just done.
Strongly established on the zone.
Nice from Joe. Solid
Great
flash.
flash from Joe on male 2.
Katie Fisher on female 1. She's from Bristol. Oh no, sorry, she's from Norwich. I was reading Connie's sheet. Katie's fun fact isn't about a car crash, at least. She says she has a twin sister. Shout out to Katie's twin.
We should put Katie's twin in isolation.
See if Connie can work out this second boulder as well. And she's just not quite controlling that momentum. I think she's going at the jump a little bit too much. Let's just slow it down a little bit. Come on, Connie. Casey's just struggling with that start position again. See, Neve got the zone on that. She was the first climber out, and nobody else has managed to make that transition over, even with the extra hold.
We thought that additional hold was going to give us more access to that, but it's still obviously
really tough.
Yeah.
Daniel just not getting comfy on that foothold.
M1 still proving precarious for Daniel. Lots of brushing.
Come on, Connie.
We're looking just for a catch here. She's so close.
Oh, she's close. She's getting the distance. As I say, I think she's just almost going at it too much and carrying too much momentum through that she can't control.
Yeah, she seems to have her hand in the right position. Come on, Daniel.
Come on, Dee. Not enjoying that.
I don't think anyone's enjoyed that one, to be fair.
No. Good company.
Certainly not going to judge anyone's ability watching them have a go at that. I'll be glad when M1 and F1 are out of the way, to be frank. Come on, Daniel.
Sliding quite a lot.
He's managing to hold on with his adjustments, but yeah, those adjustments are continuously punished.
Oh, Connie's looking so close. She's nearly there, but she only has 10 seconds left.
Enough for a zone. Come on, Connie.
No. Come on, Connie. Oh, I'm not sure she's going to have time. Oh, unlucky. Right, so we have our second place qualifiers now. Our final female climber, Flo Brailsford. Flo's from Hull, but she goes to uni in Sheffield.
And
So
Chris
she's been living
Cathari.
there. And Chris Cathari, who's from London, Catalyst climbing athlete. And he is going to Sheffield to study engineering, as he says, because he's original.
He's a very nice young man, is Chris. Got a lot of time for everyone in his Catalyst team. Very supportive of all age groups.
He recently just went out to his first CYC, his first European, as did Flo actually. Chris was 21st, which is a really good result for his first
Yeah,
first international.
And fourth in the Welsh Championships.
Neve on her third boulder as well, which we obviously saw the A's and B's on actually, so we've seen this boulder quite a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, just struggling with that hard section. Zach sticking the zone hold on the second boulder. Come on, Zach.
Come on, Zach. All that momentum. Taking his time.
Oh, just struggling to get balanced. See if Chris can get anywhere on this slab. Flo has always said to me she doesn't like slabs very much.
Not sure what any more of them can do. Yeah.
Come on, Zach.
I think they can see what they need to do. And just patiently and slowly working their way through it. Needs to get his momentum or hips all the way over his left foot.
Nice, Zach.
Just like that.
And see if you can
And
finish
for a
off.
finish.
Yes.
Good man. Great.
Solid
Another top
effort.
on M2. A shake of the head from Chris.
Conrad on male 3 as well. This proved really hard in the Youth A category too, didn't it? I think only Jack and Toby managed to get the zone.
Yeah. We've also got Emma on female 2, so she's about to
See if she
set
can get this
herself
jump mode.
ready for the dynamic jump to the zone.
Come on, Emma. Neve coming up to the hard section on this yellow and black one too. Oh, I was just missing the screw-on hold on that volume as well.
A lot of girls getting to that point on female 3.
Yeah.
The next move is the one up to the zone, and it's proving very, very challenging again and
tricky.
again.
Come on, Chris. Conrad fighting as well. Male 3.
Nothing being given away by the setters again. Another struggle, another battle. It's going to be tight again, Hannah.
Yeah, looks like it's going to come down to zones again. Though female 4 was topped a few times by the Youth A's, so there's still chance there for that.
I'd like to see a top on female 2. I think we know that zone is attainable.
Yeah, I think they have made an adjustment. They've slightly moved those final holds a bit closer on girls 2. I saw them doing that earlier. So I think if any of them can stick this jump, the final part should be slightly more forgiving than it was for the Youth A girls.
Okay.
See if Neve can get this zone. Low, looking spoke too soon. Go on, Chris. Fewer than 10 seconds to go.
You can hear the audience just getting somewhere close on that first disc.
Absolutely.
They get excited. That's how.
So we have our final male climber out. There will be no female as McNeese has pulled out of this competition. Dayan Akhtar will be climbing by himself on the slab.
Dayan actually went to Portugal with the GB team this year and qualified in first place.
Ended up finishing 5th, but
astounding.
Such a strong qualification performance. He also made finals at Youth World Championships last year in his first international event, which was so cool to watch.
Let's hope he can show us some light on these early boulders.
Katie Fisher struggling a little bit at the start on boulder 2. See if Connie can get this zone on boulder 3. None of the girls seem to want to go into this hold with their right hand. They all seem to be struggling with this transition over. Neve was bumping with her left.
Right. Come on, Daniel.
Nice. Nice to see Daniel topping on men's 2. Well done, little brother.
Fantastic.
Dayan trying on the slab. Not been much joy on the slab today for
No,
many people.
I'm at a loss of what to say about it anymore.
Let's see if Joe can do anything on men's 3. He's quite a powerful climber, so this boulder might be
Might suit.
might be good.
Definitely a powerful boulder. So those big holds, despite how big they are very difficult to get onto. It's a lot about your body position.
Exactly, yeah. Let's see if Katie can do this jump. Come on, Katie. Well held, come on.
We have a zone.
Now this top hold has been moved down from the Youth A final, so it should be a bit more approachable. Let's see if...
I'm just going to work her hand up a little bit.
She's chalking up. Come on, Katie.
Come on, Katie.
Come on. not looking comfy on that
Do you think
final
a foot
move.
swap would have been useful there?
I'm not sure because of the black tape on the sidewall. A foot swap is a risky move, but
Because you'd have to flag the left leg
Yeah.
quite far.
and I know, like from having long legs myself, usually try and avoid black tape at all costs. It does tend to come out of nowhere if you have long limbs.
Yeah. I suffer the same. I tend to have less black tape in my climbing than not exactly competitive. So Dayan's still struggling on M1 along with everybody else.
Come on, Dayan.
Trying a heel hook.
Nope. Just blowing on his fingers there to try and make them slightly less sweaty in these hot conditions.
1.5 minutes on the clock.
Come on, Katie. She held this jump last time. See if she can get the final move done. Come on. Oh, just struggling to repeat that jump. Connie really struggling with the start.
Here's Joe again on male 3.
Come on, Joe. This boulder looks like a right fight.
Has a top to his name. Oh, he was nearly there.
Nice, Katie. Oh, close.
In the finals as tight as this, I think we talked about it earlier. You talked about it earlier. There's being able to keep your mind straight and move on to the next boulder, knowing that there's actually in having a zone on this is actually a mental reward to take forward, isn't it?
Yeah, and quite often the climbers don't know what they need to do, and so sometimes they can get a little bit demoralised. But I think when they must be able to hear that there isn't an awful lot of topping at all going on, and so
Lots
that
of oohs
should
and ahs from the audience.
give some of them a little bit of confidence, so the heads don't go down.
We saw with Izzy, she managed to podium with that one top on the 4th boulder, so it's worth hanging in there.
Absolutely.
We have our first attempts at the 4th boulder now. So
Neve and Conrad on their final boulders now. See Chris on boulder 2. Now this one seems to be the toppable one. I think you need this to
I'd be expecting Chris
do well.
Wow, I didn't even put the commentator curse on him. I thought Chris would probably deal with that quite nicely.
Maybe it's just nerves. I mean, sometimes if you know a boulder has been topped, it can almost throw you a little bit. So I think in a few attempts or next attempts, I'm sure he'll be fine. But yeah, sometimes it takes one attempt to get rid of the nerves a little bit. Zach fighting on this red one.
Am I getting to the same place?
Conrad, try hard face before he's even pulled on. He's trying hard to even get his foot off the ground.
Just to take a foot off the floor, trying hard.
Come on, Chris. Nice.
Chris has it. That's the zone.
Come on. Just second guessing himself a little bit here. Nicely done.
Left hand on, right hand
Lovely.
finish.
Got it done.
So, it's a simple route, but the complex start.
See Neve on this final boulder of hers, about to do this jump.
Yes, well held.
Nice. That is a toppable boulder, the last one we know, so a lot of the UK girls relied on this 4th boulder to podium.
Now it's a zone, successfully achieved.
Come on, Neve.
Now to work her way up inside that teardrop. Still work to do once you have the zone.
See if Flo can do this jump. Come on, Flo. She's just coming in a little bit too late with her right hand. And she can move both hands at the same time rather than one and then the other. So a better chance at sticking that hold.
Joe really struggling to get around that big bulbous hold on male 3. Conrad giving the boulder that wry smile. It's there in all of them. Come on, give me a break, boulder.
Neve sticking the jump again. See if she can make some progress on this. Looking at her hands, probably struggling with sweat and maybe the condition of her skin as well.
I mean, all of the climbers have had close to 4 minutes, if not 4 minutes. In fact, 4 minutes on each attempt, so it's really building up to fatigue in the final by the time you get onto that 4th hold.
Emma looking pretty tired sitting on the mat.
I think, as I said before, that immediate reaction when they come off a boulder tells you everything.
Let's see if Flo can do this jump. Come on, Flo. Zach's still wrestling as well with only 30
It's
seconds
slightly
to
different
go.
approach this time, I think.
Oh, is he
That's
trying to
for a
get a
knee
knee bar? Look at
Yeah,
that.
so supporting himself with the knee.
Oh, unlucky.
A knee can be really handy, but can also limit your progression on, can't it?
Yeah. Neve's got 10 seconds. Come on. She's going to have to move fast. Oh, I don't think she's got
Established the
time.
zone.
Unlucky.
So the zone for Neve. Nothing for Conrad on the 4th. Nothing for Joe on the 3rd as well.
Now we've got Joe on his final, Connie on her final boulder, Katie and Daniel on their 3rd, and I think Dayan on his own on his 2nd. Dayan stuck the zone on his 1st attempt, I think. And comfortably flashing the boulder. Well done, Dayan.
Just caught a glimpse of him making that catch on the toppable 2nd boulder.
Daniel wrestling with boulder 3 a little bit. Going right hand. Connie holding that swing. Opting for the left heel.
Yeah, first time I've seen that. She soon realises she needs to go the other way.
Come on, Connie. Well held.
Hold that zone.
See if she gets the... Oh, she's opting for the left side again. She needs to work out that she needs to put her right foot where her right hand is. Good angle this. We can see the hold that's underneath this yellow volume for pretty much the first time. We haven't been able to see what they've been holding.
Yeah.
Come on, Katie. That's it. Come on. Just doesn't look confident going with that
Interesting.
right
Look at the
hand.
heel.
Yeah.
So what's going to keep your legs close to the wall when that right hand goes up, isn't it? That's the thing to find there.
Absolutely. Come on, Daniel. I'm just greasing off those holds.
I've had a lot of action those holds, haven't they, today?
Yeah. Come on, Connie. Yeah, I'm not surprised that this 3rd girls boulder in particular that Katie is on has been through 3 categories, and the first category, most of the girls were sticking this next move that the junior and youth A girls are struggling with. I wouldn't be surprised if it was somewhat condition dependent. Daniel having another go. Katie's held that hold now. Let's see if she can get the zone. Go on, Katie. Oh, she was close.
She was close.
She had her fingers on it.
So the left leg swung out, pulled her away.
The girls that held that in the Youth B category really had their shoulder on it. Really struggling, but yeah, a lot of fight needed to hold that bonus hold.
There's a lot of fight required in this round.
Yeah.
Period.
This men's fourth boulder as well, still not seeing much luck. Connie's
Right,
pretty
come on,
consistent now on this jump and getting to the zone, but just not working out how to get past it.
No. That right heel is what's been favoured throughout the finals so far. No, give me that zone.
See if Katie can get this zone now. She was close on her last attempt. Nice.
Yes, she's held it.
Solid. Come on, Katie.
Definitely. Oh,
Oh, just slipping off.
she has the zone.
She's only got 20 seconds as well.
I think
I
for
don't
that
know if she'll be
particular-
able to get back on in that time. It'll be quick.
She has the zone. I think it's a long way to go.
She's trying. Not sure that was the best decision based on the last boulder being quite a fight.
I would
but
have liked to see her rest, knowing she'd got the zone. Save a bit of energy for the final one. So Chris, how will Chris Cathari deal with M3? Emma's going to take on female 4. And Zach, is it? On also male 4.
yeah, Zach on male 4. Proving to be one of the toughest boulders in the set, actually,
Yeah.
despite the route setters
Yeah.
and saying
sentiment,
that they
yeah.
think if the athletes were fresh, they would be able to flash this boulder potentially. So yeah, it's about them being exhausted from the previous 3 climbs that makes it difficult.
They can say that, but they'll never find out now.
Emma, start that jump.
Emma's established on the zone.
Come on, Emma. She looks like she's close to figuring out that high foot. Yes.
Do you think these girls are a little taller than some of the ones we saw previously?
I'm not actually sure, to be honest. Off the top of my head, I think a few of the Youth 8 girls are quite tall. Emma Edwards is quite tall, and Isabella as well. Anya was probably a bit shorter than a lot of these girls. Chloe is struggling with that move again. Yeah, again, those 2 large red volumes causing struggles amongst the boys.
Have we had a zone on this one for the boys yet?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
We basically have the tops on boulder 2. Coming down to attempts on that one so far.
Nice, Emma.
Got that dyno. Straight to the right heel hook. Up onto the zone.
Come on, Emma. Work out how to get that foot into that volume. Looking good. Come on.
Use of the palm.
Oh, wow. That looks uncomfortable. Zach's try hard face on men's 4.
He's gone for an arm jam.
Come on,
Jamming his
Flo.
whole forearm in between the 2 start holds there. Again, wondering how moving off from that would be a possibility, but
Come on, Flo. Oh, nearly got into a position where she was comfortable enough to move her arm there.
the more I've watched that one, the more the foot position seems crucial to get through that part, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fascinating work by the setters today. There's been no chance of of people running through these boulders. They've definitely managed.
Yeah, definitely made it tough for them, haven't they?
Well, we have a concept called separating the field. You don't want the field to be all caught up in the same place, but still very few tops are still coming back down to those successful zones and how quickly you've managed to attain them.
See if Chris can make some progress on this. Come on, Chris. Chris got a lot of local support here.
Oh, he's so close. That's the closest we've come to a zone for male 3 in the junior category. Chris being a London boy, garnering the support. Emma as well, local.
Come on, Emma.
She's got that move down, hasn't she?
Absolutely, yeah.
If she can
Good
navigate
to see her
this
get this final section done. 20 seconds to go.
That's it.
Come on, Emma.
Right.
Oh, she's probably a bit too tired. Doesn't have the beans left.
Yeah, demonstrated walking away. That's the end of her finals.
Flo looking pretty tired at the bottom of the third boulder as well.
They are being worked out. Every ounce, physically, mentally.
So we've got Katie on boulder 4, Daniel on boulder 4 for the men, and Dayan on his third boulder. Katie doesn't look that comfortable going for this jump move. She's hesitating a little. Most of the girls seem to have just jumped for it quite quickly, but she seems to be trying to work out a way to do it statically.
I think she'll end up where she realises there's not a lot of choice.
She nearly jumped there, but just stopped herself. Not looking that comfy, but...
Is Dayan going to make progress on M3? Super strong.
Nice,
Lad
Dayan.
seems to be established on that second.
He's really fighting. Come on, Dayan. Nice.
Yes, he has hold. That's the zone.
Come on, Dayan.
We saw earlier with Toby and Jack getting into a huge compression to keep,
Trying so
to keep
hard.
him here. That's it. He's got
Come
his
on,
feet
Dan.
established. Partially visible.
See if you can get into this
Just
slot
about
now.
see that right hand slot.
Yep.
Looking for... Remember, Toby had a very static move to finish this one.
Oh, just missing the slot.
And it was interesting to see Toby use a static approach to that.
He did, yes. He put the heel really high.
Because it's such a precarious finger, like the slower you can actually move into that, the less risk you have of coming out of it. So
Yeah.
there's definitely an element of risk to dynamic moves towards a small ledge, and it's blocked above for a very narrow finger slot.
Daniel just looking at boulder 4 there. He was brushing the higher hold, and there was some cheering, so there is potential that he made it through some of the lower moves, but we couldn't see. Katie's just really not looking comfortable with this jump, which is unexpected because she's actually done very well in this final. She got a zone on the jump and also on boulder 3. But yeah, where other girls have looked quite comfy on this, she's just not really getting into this move. I think she just needs to commit a little bit more. She's
Might be
struggling.
one of those, if she makes it, the rest of it will be hers for the taking.
Yeah.
Daniel's really working the holds with his
Using
brush.
the brush. Yeah, Katie again missing that jump. I think she just needs to throw herself at it a bit more, with a bit more commitment, and I'm not sure she's wholly convinced she can hold it.
Body language would suggest that. taking a while to prepare herself for it.
Let's go at it. Come on.
Well, we also know historically for today that you need to get that left hand round onto the teardrop.
Yeah, you can't go at that with two hands. Got to have one hand on either hold.
Come on, Daniel. Sister expects. He's watching the clock.
Come on, Daniel. Katie's going again. I'll just about graze the ground.
So Dayan will be giving himself one last chance. Plenty of rest because it's a big, powerful boulder.
Daniel just slipping off the start of boulder 4.
This is the one. See.
Come on, Dayan.
One of those where he used so much strength in the first go.
Just scuppers you for the rest. Come on, Daniel.
Come on, Daniel. Oh, he's got that left hand.
Nice, Daniel. That's the
Excellent.
zone. Come on.
Come on, Daniel.
20 seconds.
Get those feet established.
Come on, Daniel. Oh, they've changed that second last hold, actually. To make it a horrible sloper.
Wow, he's done well
that's
there.
mean.
With a bit more time, I think he could have had that. Had to rush at the end, which is a shame, but that's the nature of the beast. 5 minutes in the final. Running out of time.
So it's just Chris and Flo on the wall now, on their final climbs.
Where are we at, do you think, with the scores?
So I think Katie in the girls is doing quite well because she has 2 zones, but she didn't get the zone on this last boulder. I think almost all of the girls have gotten the zone on this final boulder, but I don't think anybody else has managed to
Zone on the second.
zone on those. Neve did really well. She got the zone on the first boulder. I think she was the only one to do so.
That's right.
And got the zone on the final boulder as well, actually. So her and Katie will both have 2 zones.
Oh, a very interesting approach here.
Go on, Flo.
Going
Oh,
for-
Flo's going feet first.
Upside down.
Come
Almost
on,
a
Flo,
back hang.
make it work. Oh, wow, she nearly got the zone with that.
Unfortunately, feet on the zone doesn't count, right?
No, must be a hand. See if Chris can work out boulder 4 for men. I'm struggling with that start position.
I think work out boulder 4 is the optimum phrase, isn't it?
Absolutely.
His mind will be working.
Chris just struggling to find a comfy hand position. I don't think there is one, but the comfiest possible hand position might
That's
be
not
the
the
better
one that
phrase.
most people who have got through there have been using, is it? A double pinch is quite a lot of, huge amount of effort.
Come on, Flo. Nice. See if she can get this zone.
Changes her mind, goes for the right heel hook. Bit more
Nice,
of a conventional
Flo.
approach from Flo this time.
See if Flo can get top here.
There's the zone.
We had a top in the women's final. We haven't, have we?
I don't think so.
So if Flo gets this, she can jump into first place. But I think other than that, I think that's the only zone she's
Another-
gotten. So
So she probably needs
third
the top.
would be the best place she could get with that, I think. So yeah, if she can top this, she'll win.
Well, Chris had a top on the second and a zone Did he miss the zone on the third?
Not sure if he got the zone on the
I remember
third.
him getting confirmation in my ear that he did get it, but he's got a top in the zone.
So the second boulder in the men's is really the decider with the attempts on that. I think we're saying only Dejan got the zone on the third boulder, and so he's
True.
this last boulder could be a bit of a fight. Daniel got the zone on the final boulder.
He has a zone in the top.
Yeah.
So he's actually sitting quite pretty.
Yeah. Chris needs this zone. Come on, Chris. Just not finding that comfy start position.
Running out of time.
Come on, Flo. Let's see Flo top this. I think she can.
Come on, Flo. Lots of support for Flo.
Lots of support for Flo. Come on, Flo.
There you go.
She's getting close. Come on, Flo. Keep pushing. Come on.
Stand up on
She's
that
fighting.
right foot.
She's got about 10 seconds left. She's not got long. Oh, she's just too tired, I think. Nothing left to give.
Great attempt. Again, I think it's a case of setters multiple, climbers less.
Yeah.
So Dejan out all on his own.
So I think Dejan may already have won. I think he's got a top and a zone, which is the same as Daniel. I think he may have his zone in fewer. He's got his top in fewer attempts. So I think the results won't change based on what Dejan does here.
But of course we would like him to show us.
We'd like a top, wouldn't we?
Show us the way to finish the day.
Especially since they've changed that second last hold now, so it would be good to see if it's still doable.
It's been a long day, and we want this to be topped.
We want a good finish.
Yeah.
Come on, Dejan.
Okay, progress.
Come on, Dejan. Oh, he's going for that
right hand.
just like Jack actually. So Daniel and Toby both leading straight away with the left, which is what the setters intended.
And we haven't seen a successful progress with the right hand there, have we?
No, we haven't. And Jack and Dejan both opting to try with the right.
Now, do you stick with the right, or do you change to the left?
Does he even realise that the right isn't the
That left is an
intended
option.
way? He might
Yeah.
just have thought that he missed the hold. So it'd be good to see what he changes over the next 3.5 minutes, if anything.
He's quite mindful of his resting, isn't he?
Dropping his water bottle there, having a laugh at himself.
Demonstrating how tired the hands are when you can't hold a bit of plastic.
Putting on some liquid chalk there as well.
Do you have a preference?
Generally I'll use liquid chalk if it's warmer, so hotter conditions. It tends to dry your hands out a lot more than fine chalk, but also you've got to factor in drying time, so you can't just put it on and then climb straight away.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're taking a prolonged rest, liquid chalk is a good shout. But yeah, I'll generally only use it if I'm competing abroad or something like that, or if it's particularly warm, like a day like today would be ideal.
They have the same time, so they want to chalk up, dry their hands, tape up, change their shoes. It all has to be done in the same time frame.
Yep.
All big decisions to be made.
Come on, Dejan.
He's got that sequence beautifully executed.
Is he going to go right or left? Going right. Ooh. Pretty tough that. He's worked out. He's going to go left.
He thought about it.
You see, he's taped as well. Yeah, it was interesting. I had someone ask me about this a few weeks ago actually, but if you bleed in a competition and you have to tape up, you don't get the timer paused or anything like that when you're taping. You have to do it in your own time, and if you don't manage to tape up enough that the blood isn't coming through in your 4 minutes, you miss that 4 minutes. So
yeah, which is different to what we saw earlier today when someone else is blood was on the hold, and so they allowed the climber to delay while that was cleaned up.
Yeah. So yeah, climbers really have to look after their skin condition while they're climbing, because they have to take time out of their own competition if they bleed.
Seen that in the World Cups a few times this year.
Yeah, it can be quite detrimental.
Here's that sequence again. Is he going to go left hand? Unfortunately, the left hand also reaping the same rewards as the right, so didn't necessarily convince him it was the right one to do.
I think it might have been a tactical thing. I think if he had rested and potentially he's taken 3 attempts in the time since his first attempt, I think it might have been a smarter idea to rest and wait and give it one last really good go, because it is a very physical boulder and he will be really tired.
Oh, that's what we're about to see. Come on, Dayan.
Come on, Dayan. Come on, keep fighting. Last attempt.
Everybody's rooting for him.
Come on.
Left hand, no.
Oh, no. Is he going to try again? Oh, yeah, he is. As I said, it won't change the result, but I think for his own satisfaction,
bit of personal pride. Yeah.
I'd like to give it another go. Come on, Dayan.
Come on, get that left hand in. Oh, it is not happening today.
I'm frustrated as well, but it's a solid effort.
Oh, he's having a wonderful season nonetheless.
Yes, indeed.
We think, judging by the fist bumps, that also might suggest it was enough for him. We'll find out soon with confirmation on the results.
Yeah, it'd be good to see those results. I'm keen to see the women's as well, which is obviously really tight with only zones separating people, and actually attempts on zones are going to be key as well. Also, Niamh Doran in first with 2 zones. That's a really tough final, that.
Wow.
Casey Fisher in second with 2 zones as well, but in more attempts, just one more attempt. One attempt separating them as well. And then a flash zone for Connie, putting her in third. Flash zone for Emma also, but they will be separated because, they're joint third here, but I think Emma will come ahead of Connie because she was ahead of Connie in the qualification round. Emma was 4th and Connie was 5th.
They use a count back, looking back at yesterday's results.
Yeah, so Emma will likely be put in 3rd place. And then Flo unfortunately dropped that boulder on her first attempt, and so her zone on her second attempt will leave her in 5th.
That is
a
an
really
incredibly tough final.
I'm not sure I've ever been in a final where 2 tops and 2 zones and 7 attempts would win you.
Yeah, I wonder how the setters feel about that.
Be pretty tough going, but
I think the setters have done an amazing job all day. They don't have very long to come up with these climbs.
No, there've been a lot of boulders, so they've done really, really well. But yeah, pretty tough for the juniors. Might have slightly overcooked it.
And actually, they tried to make it a little more
easier
accessible.
as well.
So that really highlights the standards that are currently present in Category A.
Absolutely, yeah.
And also we saw Lucy top in Category B. We saw her top the 3rd female climb there, which remained for both A and Junior.
Yeah.
So she is also showing a high standard. So we wait for final results, and it will be podiums, and that will be a wrap for Junior British Bouldering 2022.
It's been a good day, I think. Good mix of finals, plenty of cool boulders, very strong climbing.
Yeah, very impressive, very enjoyable. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, Hannah.
Yeah, thank you for commentating with me, Gary. Hope everyone at home's enjoyed it. I think this is one of the first junior competitions that's been properly live streamed for people, so hoping they'll continue to stream competitions.
I think that it's really important to showcase, certainly for climbers outside of the immediate community, because climbing is a really growing sport, and these are literally the future that we're watching right now. not content to walk away. They're still looking at what they could have done, what they should have done, what they needed to do.
See a lot of the youth A climbers there getting on the boulders.
The boys get onto the girl climbs.
Reece trying to campus them.
Louis. You never get Louis too far away from these holds. Wonderful passion. Just waiting on the junior boys' results. Lots of tops of second boulder. A zone from Diane on the third, and not a lot of joy on the fourth for anyone.
Yeah, I think Daniel will be frustrated he dropped the last move on the fourth boulder, but it was very tight margins in that final, with just a temp separating people at the time. But
That would have been a win, wouldn't it, for Daniel?
yeah,
Well,
same with Dan if he hadn't dropped that. Well, Dan did
Yeah.
win, but he did
So
drop that
close.
final hold as well, which
Yeah.
obviously would have put him a full top ahead instead of coming down to a few tenths.
mhm.
And the women's, yeah, one of the tightest finals I've seen, because literally coming down to zone attempt.
Proud of little brother?
Always proud of little brother.
Good. Good to see, good to hear.
I think it's been a very long day for everyone. Everyone's a bit tired, so a few long trips home for people tonight as well. But yeah, I think a lot of the parents here as well, it should be noted, have put in so much time and commitment to bring their athletes to these events and travel all over the country doing national competitions with them. So
Yeah, it's a huge commitment.
people like you, Gary.
I know firsthand, getting them to training, getting them to events.
Yeah, shout out to all the mums and dads out there that are driving people around. And volunteering as well. Many parents volunteering as judges yesterday. Really,
Yeah.
really helpful to all of us.
I, for one, really enjoy being part of the community, the way the children interact, the relationships with coaches, parents. It's a really convivial, friendly atmosphere for the most part. We've seen some talent today, all the way down to the 11-year-olds.
That feels like a long time ago, the
It does,
UC
doesn't it?
final.
Had victories for Harvey Seacombe and Caitlin Fletcher in category C. Challenge ourselves now.
In Youth B, it was Lucy Garlick, and in the boys,
Finley Kurzweil.
Finley Kurzweil. Youth A, it was Toby Roberts and Emma Edwards.
Emma Edwards, that's right.
And
We're just waiting for confirmation on junior category. So they can call themselves British Bouldering Champion. They can earn themselves a title.
absolutely, and it'll be a title they can keep for the rest of their life as well. They'll always be able to say, I was the Junior British Champion,
Yeah,
which is a really cool thing to have.
absolutely. Here we go.
Boys results. So we have Dan Akhtar with a flash and a zone. Then
And Joe also flashed the second one.
not sure these results are in the right order, because tops and then zone should be the factor.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So we have a top for Daniel
one
and
zone.
and a zone on problem 4, which should be enough to put him in second.
And then Joe would be in third. And then Chris just missing out on the podium in fourth. Zach in fifth. And Conrad in sixth. Zach's also been given a Scottish flag, which I think should be Daniel's as well. So Slightly mixed up table.
All the results can be seen from today on ycsresults.co.uk.
Including the qualification results from yesterday. So
Yep, and you can follow all of these guys' results over the season on that particular website. So from the commentary gantry, we are going to thank you for your audience today and sign off. The programme will continue to run through so you can see the podiums. Hannah, again, it's been wonderful to commentate with you, and hope we get to do it again sometime. And I've been Gary Ward.
I'm Hannah Smith. Thank you for listening.
See you next time.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. For the final time, we're here. Okay, could I have me, Katie, and Emma, Diane, Daniel, and Joseph up to the podium area, please, here before me now? This will be wonderful. Over there behind the yellow line, we go on. Thank you. Okay, everybody, if you want to squint round, and we will do the presentations for the junior category. Usual thank yous, of course, to Myline for hosting the event this weekend. It's so great, Tom. You've been absolutely wonderful hosts for us. And to the setting team who have set absolutely wonderful problems all weekend. I did them all first time, as usual, in about 2 months. That was fine. To everybody that helps keep me safe, which is the judges, the ISO, and the timekeepers and scorers, thank you so much. It's absolutely wonderful. Anyway, we're not here for that, so we are here. So, the junior category trophies did not arrive. They will arrive and they will be posted out in due course using Royal Mail, I would hope, because I work for Royal Mail. I would hope they will go by the Royal Mail. Yes, they will. So, to improvise, thanks to Nina, prompting me, I made trophies earlier during a break. I don't get many breaks in a competition, but I got a little 3.5 minutes earlier. So these are state-of-the-art trophies, which I'm sure winners will be absolutely delighted with. I can only make 3 though, that's the only problem, so I need to take them back. Okay, let's do the ladies first. In third place, we have Emma. In second, it's Katie. And in first place, it's Neve. Smile. Best trophies in the world. Somebody do not like trophies. Okay. In third place, it's Joseph. In second place, Daniel. And in first place, it's Diane. trophy, don't mind trophy, but guys, look, thank you. Have an absolutely wonderful trip to wherever it is you're going. I'm now about to head back to Scotland where the sun is shining and still got time to top up. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you at the next one. If anybody wants trophies made, I'll send the details in you. Thank you. Safe travels, thank you. Bye bye.